Mm-mm. White Jesus, everybody. Come on in. White Jesus, everybody. Hmm. White Jesus, everybody. Y'all know who we talking about. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I know y'all like white Jesus. Your grandmother did too. Don't even act like you don't know what I'm talking about. Hmm. I gotta start. Hey, white Jesus, everybody. White Jesus is coming to get me. Okay. Let me get this moving. Put these things on. Hey, how is everyone? Talk to me. Talk to me. Hmm. Hold on, y'all. I'm almost ready. Hmm. I'm about to kick this off. I got select audience, not made for kids. Hey, all of y'all, get ready. Get ready. Here we go. Uh, I'm just waiting. Uh, Brother Black Alpha is going to be hitting us up soon. Start listening. He's there.
I wish I was Black Americans. I can never be a Black American because I ain't got it like Black Americans. We ain't African. And remember, family, they only tell us that we're Africans because they want to be Black Americans. All right? But that's going to cancel itself out because that's something you could never have. Lumbumba. That's something you could never have. Mutombo. That's something you could never have. Jollof. You better have some Jollof and sit your ass down, because that's the way it is. But listen to me, family, when I tell everybody this, and I mean this absolutely 100%. Look what's going on with all the tethers. I mean, you talking about boycotts, tariffs, you talking about deportations, and why they so worried about foundational Black American? You got all those TikTok tethers having Now, let's get to work. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. We have the great Dr. Randy Short.
Oh, I'm great. That's scary.
Me, my good brother?
Oh, my God. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. This thing. I didn't know I was great. I'm just glad to be alive. You're great, but I'm trying to get good. So you're truly a major leader in Georgia. And shoot, I want to catch up. I want to be like you when I grow up. Or actually, when I stop being, well, I'm almost a boomer. I escaped by a couple of months. Thank God.
Oh, you're great, Dr. Randy Short. You're great. We appreciate you having the time to speak to us. But, Tethergeddon is something you told me about. And
yes.
I'm looking at Tethergeddon. I need you to break it down to the people.
Oh, well, what's happening with Tethergeddon is this is a real Back to Africa program. And this one's going to work. And it won't be something that we had to read in the history book if you get to have a Black Studies class. This is a real Back to Africa program funded and paid for by white people. And when they put their hearts and minds to doing something, especially something bad to Black people, they follow through. Tethergeddon is basically white folks' romance with middlemen, people of color, to hold down Black Americans. They have buyer's remorse, or I should say, they have foo-foo remorse. Like if you've ever been to an African restaurant, and the main thing on the menu looked like some old elephant cum or elephant nut, and they're all trying to get you to eat it, and it's sticky and shit. Nah. You have a salad? What's that? It's foo-foo. I'd probably be a fool for eating that shit, wouldn't I? You know what? Let's go somewhere else and eat. At least Ethiopian's bread is flat. Look, I'm just picking, but not to disrespect. I don't like foo-foo. There are a lot of things that Africans eat I don't mind, but I don't like foo-foo. When I was in Africa for 2 months, I refused to eat it. And it does look like old elephant cum. Like an old bull elephant before they bumped him off in the National Geographic special, bust the nut, it missed the female thing, and somebody decided to bring it home and eat it. Some folk would do anything for protein. So, sorry. Let me stop. Let me be serious. Tethergeddon is really a reversal on the policy to bring Africans here to displace, replace, oppress, and divide Black Americans. And Africans don't have to be aware of it, but just by virtue of people coming from competitive, tribalistic societies, they would necessarily not be friends to us. I'm not saying I want to be enemies to anybody. Just if you come from a conflict-oriented society based on lineage, when you come here with your lineage from Africa, you're going to be hard on people whose lineage is not like yours. And if you're used to making deals with white folks for power, which Africans have been doing for hundreds of years, they trust white people. They like white people. They know them. They do not know or trust or like or want to deal with us. They want to deal with power. They come from vulnerable societies in which if a rival group takes power, they get screwed. Africans will always align themselves with the most powerful people. That is the African way. It is not about who's fair or who's just. They're not going to get with the lowly or the oppressed. They want to get with the in crowd that's dominant. That is the African way. I'm not mad at them. I accept them as they are. Okay? And I'm not trying to put anything on. I didn't tell you Africans aren't related to us. I'm not doing any of that. I'm trying to explain African culture, which is lineage and clan and ethnic, linguistic, and blood-based. And if you're not in that and you don't make the cut, depending on which country you're in, you do not get treated well. There's a war that has taken at least 1 million lives between various people fighting in Ethiopia right now. People getting killed and raped by the thousands over language, lineage, religion, blood. That is Africa's history. In a disgusting way, us being removed, those of us that have African lineage, some of us do, I do. I don't deny. I like Africa. I like for real Africans that are not on bullshit. I believe in reciprocal Pan Africanism the same way I believe in reciprocal foundational Black Americanism. If you for me, brother Black Alpha, I'm for you. You call me, I'm going to answer. You ask me for something, I'm going to do it. I have a feeling you do me the same. Therefore, we're cool. And there's some idiot talking about me being bald. I've got plenty of hair. This shit's growing back in like 2 weeks by racists. These stupid people. I'm so glad this fentanyl shit. That's the one thing about illegals. They sure have put a dent, taking a bite out of racists. There are a lot few of them walking around hating us because their asses have overdosed and shit. And I don't even like people being on drugs, but damn, I'd rather them overdose than go in a supermarket or church and mass kill us for the fuck of it. Pardon my language. So Tethergeddon, in reality, it's a cutoff date that is October 1st, friends, where the government is about to change everything. And back to the Africans, what white folk are afraid of and what's happening that you need to understand is that there's a thing that was established in the 80s in reaction to Nigeria going off white folks' script. The Nigerians, and they did something that was legit. They went into two countries that white folks were stripping bare, Sierra Leone and Liberia. And the Nigerian army, Nigerian soldiers ended wars where white folk were getting rich off of Africans killing each other in Liberia and Sierra Leone, selling diamonds, hardwood, just taking everything that they could from the people. The Nigerians violated the white people. White people think, and there's the thing everybody needs to look up. Now, let's take a minute to do this. It's called the Charter of the Royal African Company. I'm going to say it multiple times because a lot of people are slow. And since I'm white and I'm not a celebrity, we're not big like Tariq Nasheed. And black folks, black Americans, we're really fucked as a people because we can't learn from a crackhead or a drunk or wino or hoe anything. That person has to be big with white folk and others that hate you before you'll listen to them. That's some real psychotic shit that we're on. So I'm not famous. I'm not trying to be, I wouldn't mind being rich, famous. I'm not interested in. So I'm going to repeat this multiple times. It's called the Charter of the Royal African Company. Again, the Charter of the Royal African Company. The Charter of the Royal African Company. Charter of the Royal African Company. The Charter of the Royal African Company, people. In it, it is written that the land of West Africa belongs to the ruling people of Britain and their children into perpetuity. In other words, all of that you see in West and Central Africa, where the white people with the power claim that it is theirs. The Africans are just like sharecroppers, renters on land that white folks say will belong theirs forever. Not only does the land, but the resources under it, they claimed, this going back to the 1600s. So when you think about African countries getting their minerals taken, that was a system that these people had planned before they even knew the minerals were there. Everything is ours. You're just there. And in fact, when you dig up your own gold, like what they're doing in Burkina Faso, they're acting like these people are robbing them, getting their own resources. But in their mind, according to the Royal African Company, and according to the doctrine of discovery from the Catholic Church, everything belongs to the people who conquer non-Christian people and enslave and steal from them. The doctrine of discovery, which is from the 1450s that the popes wrote down, basically gave the white countries the right to kill, steal, and destroy on a global basis. Everything is theirs because the Pope is white and he said so. And from the Spanish and Portuguese, this privilege to just rape and rip off and dog out and black, brown, yellow, and other people has been more or less enforced under different names ever since. Are you with me? Tethergeddon, my friends. Part of the issue, let me go back to Nigeria. And when Nigeria went in, and the people in Nigeria had the leadership of Nigeria in the late 80s to bring peace and tranquility back to Liberia and Sierra Leone. The United States bust a gasket, and they created a thing called the Africa Crisis Response Initiative. I repeat, they created a thing called the Africa Crisis Response Initiative, wherein white Americans, to whom these Africans love and they hate Black Americans' guts as they're the enemies, began to decide that something had to be done to destroy the political, social, economic, and military power of Nigeria. I repeat, something had to be done to break the back of Nigeria, to prevent Nigeria from becoming a Black African superpower state. Are y'all hearing me? What does this relate to Tethergeddon today? Well, let me answer. I've been looking at this for over 40 years. The population of Nigeria is underreported, and the population of Africa as a continent is underreported as much as 50%. So if they say there are a billion people in the continent of Africa, then there are 2 billion. If they say there are 2.2 billion people, then there are 3 billion people on the African continent. But after all, the same way they don't count Black people in the census here properly, because they don't care, they don't feel like it. They're niggers, right? And the word nigger comes from Nigeria. That's what people start calling the people along the river niggers, and they're in Nigeria, right? I'm just saying, all right, that Nigeria has a huge population. Many of the people that were brought to the Americas came from Nigeria. They're notorious for what? Fecundity, that they have large numbers of children. They heavily populate. They are a population that is growing. The Nigerians and others are not having low sperm counts like these people are that are European and others. Go look it up. The sperm count is dropping for the very people that are races that are in the master race that are superior to everybody else, and we're all subhumans and all that. Anyway, Nigeria's population right now, I don't believe it. It's probably 300 million people. There are probably as many people in Nigeria as there are in the United States. And you have to understand why. In Nigeria, the 3 dominant groups, the Hausa Fulani, the Yoruba, and all the other little people that are like them on the west side, and then the East Igbo and the Ibibio, the Efik, the Ija, Kanugu, Inugu, Ijaw, all these different people. They're very concerned about the population of other people, and this is how you allocate power and resources. Nigeria used to have fewer than, say, 20 states. I forget the number now, but it's much more than when I used to keep up and knew the states, because to deal with the politics of Nigeria, of the 3 dominant groups, they don't trust each other and have long-term rivalries. So nobody wants to really give the number or the accurate number because they don't want to be undercounted, and they're willing to count chickens and dogs as people to have political representation. And I want to say to you that Nigeria is a problem for the French, for the Americans, for the British. Not so much because they're fighting white power, but these kind of black folks, in particular from Nigeria, imagine themselves to be equal to, if not superior to, other people, which is a culture problem for folks who see black folks as subhuman, to get a group of people who do not want to kiss behind. I'm not saying that all don't want to, but there's certain people that think they're equal to or better than. If you don't know Nigerians, meet some. They'll play games and they'll act like they look up to, and they'll switch up on you and do some Hunger Games shit on you real fast. Or like Robinson Crusoe, you'll find yourself slaves to Man Friday. The Nigerians had a civil war in between 1966 and 1970. The numbers of how many people were killed goes between 600,000 to 3 million, depending on who you're talking about, where the United States with Israel and France tried to get the oil-rich portion, the southeast portion where the Igbos and all those folks are from, to break off from Nigeria. And the Russians and others backed up the Federalist Nigeria. It's almost like the American Civil War, where certain people backed the Union against the Confederacy. The Confederacy, in this instance, would be the Igbos, who wanted their country called Biafra, so it's called the Biafran War. Biafra spelled B-I-A-F-R-A. And there's a similar struggle going on right now in the Cameroons, and they're fighting for a place that they want of their own to separate from the French-speaking Islamic folks, and it's either called Bamenda or Ambazonia. That's a whole other conversation. And in fact, these people are more or less like Nigerians in the way the country got split up. People who would have probably been with Nigeria because of how they did the border between the two countries ended up in Cameroons for people that were Muslim that didn't like them. But back to Biafra, it was a violent, bloody war, the same way the Palestinians are using their starving children to embarrass Israel. The Igbos, led by a man by the name of Ojukwu, who's died within the last few years, last 10, 12, 15 years. Okay, these people use their dying and hungry kids to embarrass the government of Nigeria. It was a very ugly war. And ultimately, the Igbos, to this day, even people in that area, if you're familiar with the man who is in, I forget the name of the group, but his name is Ken Saro-Wiwa. I'm forgetting Ken Saro-Wiwa's smaller Ogoni, maybe. I think he's Ogoni. I mean, when you go to Nigeria, they have hundreds of these ethnic lineage groups, not one or two. So if I get a name wrong, screw you. I mean, to have to remember all these different names, Efik, Ijaw, Ife, Chiv. I'm doing better than they do, okay? There are lots of different people in these African countries. It's all lineage-based. And this is why they're terrified of delineation. Because when you start saying you got to be like me, speak like me, act like me, belong to me, for me to get access to something that's given to you, that means they'll be cut out, because this is what they do to each other, where they come from. So they don't see me delineating in my own country as me looking out for myself, because they don't give a damn about you or me. They recognize we left our country over delineation where we are. We've delineated against the Black American, but we don't want the Black American to delineate, because we'll get cut out of shit. They've been fighting white people for hundreds of years, and we get, just based on skin color, the same thing we say, that they're stupid and immature looking at what people look like, and yet they use it to the benefit of themselves, but don't reciprocate. And then when we say, okay, we're not going to just do color, we're going to do lineage, they're bitching about that too. It reminds me of white folks. Every move we make, they don't like. No matter how good we are by them, they're not going to be good by us. So Biafra got crushed, and Nigeria reconsolidated, right, under General Gowon, and they're still watching Nigeria because it's a powerhouse. Nigeria has the largest economy in Africa, not South Africa, not Egypt. And the Nigerians economy is probably much bigger than what you know, but because of so much corruption and competition and games that people play, you're not going to know. You'd be amazed at what people have in Nigeria. And then at the same time, you'd be stunned at the disparities of wealth of super rich Nigerians with their own helicopters and they're people that don't even have flush toilets, not too far from each other. The Nigerian tribalistic Bule elite make our no good trash black elite that should be hung from lampposts for betraying us. They make them look benign. Now, I'm going to keep talking about Nigeria because Nigeria has a huge population. Anybody that doesn't believe me, and I don't give two damns if you don't, go and look at the world projections of populations and 2100 and 2050. And if Nigeria, which is 300,000 some odd square miles, and I can look this shit up, Nigeria is smaller than 400,000 square miles, yet it has a population of 200 plus million, maybe 250, maybe 300 million people right now. Understand that Alaska is over 500,000 square miles and doesn't have 2 million people on it. And imagine if Alaska had 2 or 300 million people on it. That would be a major difference, wouldn't it? Now, the reason, back to Tethergeddon, if Nigeria is going to have, it's predicted in the future, 1 billion people will be Nigerian in a very short period of time. 1 billion. The Nigerians, just by population, they're all over Africa, everywhere involved and networked. Just by them moving around, they're going to have the capacity to literally take over countries. They really could. They could just take Niger. They could just take Cameroon. They could just take Chad if they had it together. They could just take Benin. They could just take it. If they could just take Burkina. They're big enough. They got the army. Who could stop them? I mean, if you got hundreds of millions of people, you pick a country like Niger. Niger, if they have 30 million people, that's they're still outnumbered. There's no way that they could prevent Nigeria from taking them over. I'm just saying. And get their resources. So Nigeria is a threat to white power, even though they want to play ball with them. And let me just say this about Nigeria, because I'm going to focus on Nigeria, because almost everything that Trump and them are doing is targeted against Nigeria. First and foremost, Nigeria became one consolidated colony, I think, in 1910 under Lord Lugard. If I'm off a year or two, it's still Lord Lugard, damn it, I'm close. You need to understand that the Nigerians didn't really have any major fights with white folks. They had a gentleman's agreement and agreed to be more or less ruled by white people. If you ever wonder why Africans don't fight here, because a lot of Africans weren't really fighting white folks. White folks really couldn't put large armies on the ground in Africa until after 1900. Why? Because of malaria and tropical diseases. And the only places that you'd see a big army of white people anywhere in Africa is in Algeria, with the French going in after 1830, and then the Anglo-Boer War was at 1899 and 1902. And by the way, those areas in terms of temperature and climate's different from the malaria and yellow fever and river blindness and all the kind of parasites and stuff that's in Africa that really jacks people up. White folks didn't have the immunity. So it's a lie that white folk just took Africa. Africans handed that shit to them. And where they did go in with small armies, like in the Sahel doesn't have all the malaria and stuff that the coastal and swampland close in, like what you get in, say, southeast and northwest, southwest and southeastern Nigeria. Because if you've ever gotten malaria in Nigeria, which I have, it's no joke. It can kill you. There was a student at Howard that went to Africa for the summer. They were all into this Pan-African bullshit. I'm just going home to the mother country. I don't need anything. And the little bitch got malaria, came back and died. If you can die from getting bit by a bug over there, and you'll die real fast. Stop thinking, oh, my skin's black, I could just go anywhere. Nah, you might be a little different from people who've been getting their asses bit for decades. You just show up over there. Whatever immunity your ancestors had to malaria, you may not have it. That's why Africans take malaria pills. That's why Africans take the hydroxychloroquine that they told your dumb fuck asses that took the vaccine didn't work. The hydroxychloroquine is why COVID didn't kill many people in Africa, because they had immunity to COVID from taking the hydroxychloroquine from the time they were kids. And hydroxychloroquine works and it doesn't kill people. I've been taking hydroxychloroquine for 3 years and I'm not dead. With cancer and shit, with hypertension and shit, the hydroxychloroquine didn't kill me. With diabetes and shit, it didn't kill me. So you got lied to. Back to my point. Nigeria, therefore, is like most of those African countries. They have an elite that have cut deals with white folks, whether it was trading slaves or trading away national sovereignty to get to be the picked officials that ran the colonies for the French, the British, the Portuguese, the others. They weren't fighting. The Somalis fought. The people in Namibia may have fought. The Algerians fought. A little bit of fighting for the Shanti, but they got their asses beat too. Most African countries, the Zulus fought, but most Africans, I'm sorry, they bent over and gave their cheeks to white power. So when they come over here and tell you, the Pan-Africanists lied to us, we all haven't struggled anywhere near the same. Some of us that didn't struggle at all. They were over there working with, get Maji, nigga, that's late. That's Tanzania. And they got wiped out. This dude's going to talk about Maji, where the Africans are talking about if they chanted Maji, the bullets would turn in the water and they all got shot down. So instead of having some real technology where you could fight white people, they're trying to play magic. This is one of these Pan-Africanist fools. African folks should have had some real guns and some real weapons and done some real guerrilla warfare. They fought in Zimbabwe and they got fucked up. The Nobel Prize that Nobel got with the dynamite was used to mass kill people in Zimbabwe. Just telling you. Most of the African countries, most of the people, first of all, they weren't countries. Most of the groups cut deals and they tried to play a game where they would line up with the Europeans to fight another group of Africans. The same way when they come here, they hook up with right-wing or left-wing whites against you and I. Just saying. I'm not saying they can't do it, but let's call a spade a spade. Very few come here and say, I'm with the people who've been oppressed here. People don't immigrate to hook up with the lower caste of the society that they moved to. They came here for the American dream, and they don't care if slaves betrayed and sold from Africa. They don't care if we built it and we didn't benefit as long as they get theirs. So, I'm just saying, and nope, don't hate nobody. I didn't say, I don't think that, like I said, I'm not telling you I don't have African roots. I do, but I'm honest. I'm an American, and so are all of us. And when they go to England and other places, they adopt. And hold on, to people trying to cash app me, you got my Zelle and a PayPal. Cash app, within the last 3 weeks, on all my cash apps accused me of engaging in illegal gambling, and that I gambled, and all my cash apps are closed. So if you want to send me something, Venmo, PayPal, or Zelle. Okay, my Zelle is the same as my email, wrandyshort@gmail.com. My PayPal is wrandyshort@gmail.com. My Venmo and my Patreon are Dr. Randy Short. You can send it that way. And I'm not trying to be funny. When folk complain to us about shadow banning and algorithms, I don't set them. Our people like using certain platforms. If there's a black platform, we can't get your attention, so we have to use the Crackers platform, to which we get shadow banned on. We don't have our own donation links that I'm aware of. Maybe there is, but I don't know how well it works. So we use racist donation links. If they don't like what you say or do, they cut it off. So if you want to support it, it's Cash App. Cash App isn't there. So there's Zelle, there's Venmo, there's PayPal, there's Patreon. The Patreon and Venmo are Dr. Randy Short. The Zelle and PayPal are wrandyshort@gmail.com. It's really easy. And I tried to get another cash. They won't let me have it, so I'm out. And I haven't promised to build schools or anything and didn't deliver. Okay, so that's how that goes. So if you're trying to donate, they will not let you, and they did this on purpose. I want to thank my friends who helped, because my air conditioner, everything crashed, and a wonderful family that adopted me that's being robbed by Nigerians. In fact, there is a thing, put the name up there, Kelly, for the people that are stealing from the man that you know in DC. Nigerians who work with white gays. You have a down low Nigerian businessman who was paying white gays top dollar, giving 10% of his company. The black dude just asked him for rent, who became his landlord, and he's reneged on paying the black guy less, and yet he's got the money. This is the kind of games we're talking about. And for all the little fake ass people that are paying Africans talking about how great Africa is going to be, if Africans decide to lie, cheat, steal, and not deal fairly, it doesn't matter how great Africa will become, because they're not going to share or cooperate or work with us. And I know people for generations that have been robbed, ripped off, raped, cheated, backstabbed, lied on, and particularly by people from Nigeria. And I don't hate Nigerians. I'm just telling you, I know good Nigerians, but they're few and far between. I'm not saying that they're not around. I know good ones. But we know generations of people who've been cheated, robbed, abused, time and time and time and time and time again. And we don't say all people are bad, but you know what? It's interesting. One black man in the DC area killed one Ethiopian woman. The Ethiopian community hates all of us collectively, and we're all paying for what a man and a woman happen. And no matter how nonviolent or how decent or how fair, you would still be held accountable based on that tribalism for something you wouldn't dream of doing. Isn't that interesting? One crime defines us, and yet crimes committed against us for generations, we're not supposed to recognize that, because that's stereotyping. That's xenophobia. Bullshit. In fact, if tribalism is good for the goose, tribalism is good for the gander. Now back to Nigeria. So Nigeria, with this situation, this population that is large, that will be 1 billion or more people in a short period of time on a landmass smaller than Congo. They're going to have to go somewhere, people. And the Nigerians have been coming to America, and they've been having babies here for citizenship, so they could do chain migration like the illegal Spanish speakers and the Chinese. And I want to say this to you, out of the Friedman playbook, what was the greatest opposition to giving land to the freedmen? I will repeat this till the day I die. In the debates in the United States House and Senate following the Civil War, one of the main reasons that they said no to giving these freedmen land was they did not want to create a Negro Republic in the American South. Giving Black Americans economic power would make a rival Black nation within the United States. And they don't want it. I can go even before the American Civil War to the 1830s, where there was a plot. It's called the Ostend Manifesto, O-S-T-E-D, I'm sorry, O-S-T-E-N-D, Ostend Manifesto, where a group of white supremacist slave owners wanted to buy Cuba from Spain or take Cuba from Spain. And they got a lot of support. Why? They understood that Cuba was predominantly Black. They didn't want two Black republics in the Americas. This is why America always has a problem with Cuba. You'll always see the light-skinned Cubans, but you need to go to where Guantanamo is, Santiago de Cuba. Cuba's blacker than Africa if you go to the right part. I'm talking about real Black. When you're in Havana, you see some Black. You go to Santiago de Cuba, it's blacker than Congo. So imagine if they don't want the Chinese to chain migrate, and the Latinos to chain migrate, and the Indians to chain migrate. How do you think they feel about Black niggas from Africa chain migrating, who have babies, a huge number of children per family, that America would be overrun by Black people? See, bringing the Nigerians here to fuck Black Americans seemed like a good racist white practical joke. But the way Nigerians are is to flip it around and it become a Nigerian joke on white Anglos, that you may have brought us over here simply to check Black Americans, but we're going to check and rob you too. All over the country, Nigerians have been scamming and taking from white people. Not like Black criminals that only rob Black people and only mass kill Black people, are bitch, coward Black criminals who only rob poor grandmothers and people can't fight back. The Nigerian criminals are aggressive. They'll steal from corporations. They'll steal from banks. They'll steal from millionaires. They'll grift in ways that Black Americans never thought of. They're very creative. They'll make fake products and things. They know how to smuggle drugs and have networks, and they can keep secrets. Unlike our people that need to put everything up on TikTok. Folks who understand the danger of this say, Nigeria is going to have over like 900 to 1 billion people. If there are 4 or 5 or 6 million Nigerians here, they could bring over all their families. America would be overrun with people from Africa. And God forbid if we treat them badly enough and just bash them and treat them like we treat Black Americans, some of them might wake up and find out that they're Black. Oh my God, imagine them hooking up with Black Americans, as unlikely as that would be, because they don't want it. And perhaps we shouldn't either, because if they don't want it, then it's not going to happen. So don't want something that can't be. They don't want to be outgunned. And let's do the basic stats. The average age of white people in the United States is my age or older. I'm 60. The average white person is somewhere between 58 and 67 years old. 58 is more than 58. So the average white person is probably 62 years old in this country. They're dying people. No matter how many shootouts, mass shooters, stuff, they're dying. They're at a population that doesn't procreate anymore. They're very concerned about that. Can you imagine if you brought over a bunch of young Nigerians that don't mind having 7 and 8 kids, unlike our dumb fuck pork chop feminist sisters that think getting an abortion is like getting a hair or a nail appointment. These women that don't mind having 7, 8, 9, 10 babies, like we used to, okay, in no time they would become a demographic powerhouse. And they're not going to wait for that to happen. Are you understanding me? Now, let me go back to the Africa Crisis Response Initiative. Why I brought it up. The Africa Crisis Africa Response Crisis Initiative, which started in the late 80s, has a plan. And there is a plan in the works to break Nigeria into 5 nations, even if it costs millions and millions of Nigerian lives being slaughtered. It's interesting. They love the white people. The white people are planning to get them to kill each other in the millions. They still don't like you and me, right? But still, we are no damn good. Black American Nakatas. But white folks plan to destroy them and have civil wars and religious wars and get Nigerians to butcher each other. And the anger or the hatred or the dismissal is us. This is another reason why I don't like Pan-Africanism. If you're so stupid that you can't see that the white folk you want to get with would love to kill all of you and destroy you and still get your oil or whatever, and you would hate people who aren't doing this to you, you shouldn't be anybody's ally. In fact, thank God for slave ships got us the fuck away from y'all, because y'all on some sick shit. Quote me. If you had this dismemberment of Africa, of Nigeria, which would displace maybe 20 to 30 million people, if you want to know what a displacement of people like that, look up the partition of India and Pakistan in 1947, where maybe 2 to 3 million people got killed in communal violence. This is where you have like small Black Wall Street, East St. Louis, Rosewood type killings where people just go out, kill and rape everybody, do a Wilmington, North Carolina. You had this in India and Pakistan, and about 15 to 20 million people moved between what's now known as India and Pakistan. It just used to be the Dominion of India under the British Empire until 1947. So if Nigeria were dismembered into 5 nations and people would be moved around, Nigerians from certain places would be able to come here as refugees or asylees, and that would be a way for them to come in. And if these folks get busy and have kids in greater numbers, they're oriented towards getting education, this, that, and the other, they could be a threatening dimension to white power in America. Again, initially they were useful if it was to dilute, confuse, and use them on the Black Americans. But for this, it's called blowback. For the operation to go south, and for these people to turn and decide they're going to take over America and make it theirs, and cheat white folk like white folk have cheated everyone else, they've got to stop this. Trump and all of them know that that's their fear. And Nigerians are all over the world transacting business, both legal and illegal. They've got networks. They haven't been able to break up their drug smuggling, organ harvesting, whatever it is that they're doing. Slave trading, yes. Nigerians are the leading slave trading people in Africa, and they all throughout Europe through prostitution, all of that, selling babies, all of it. It's horrible. It isn't all Nigerians, but it happens. And there are Nigerian slave braiders in this country. They're slaves braiding your hair, sisters. And it's really, 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 really sad. And again, do my DNA, you know what my DNA says? It says I'm a Nigerian, whatever that means. So this isn't about I hate someone. I don't respect the humanity of someone. I don't think people can go to one country or the next. None of that. But my thing is, if you come to another country, respect the people that are there. If you come in as a hostile middleman people, if you come in to usurp people in their own country, and this is done, and this is why in South Africa and Ghana and other countries in Africa, a lot of people don't want people from Nigeria in their country. I'm not saying Nigerians shouldn't be welcome. I'm just simply saying that a bunch of them don't respect anybody. They do what they feel like doing as they feel like doing. White folk knew this, and they thought it would be a good thing to put on Black Americans because these folks can imitate, copy, counterfeit, play us, displace us. They never imagined that they would displace them too. So now you've got Tethergeddon. They've got to get the aggressive people out of this country that would displace white power. White people do not want to compete with anyone. They don't want to be challenged by anyone. They want the majority of the wealth and everything to themselves. They do not want to share. They do not want to be challenged. They don't want to be challenged for the resources in Africa. The one country on the continent that is capable of challenging the Western nations, in particular in West and Central Africa, is Nigeria. They don't want this. And so as a result, my friends, this is the beginning. Tethergeddon, in my view, is the United States, which will be followed by England, and other Western countries will begin to kick out African in particular, and later, I guess, Caribbean immigrants, because they want white dominance. They have issues with the Islamic folks, and it's interesting. They do more terrorism and so forth, but they're lighter skinned. So's the breaks. The whiter you are, the more chances you get. Something that when we tell people that, they tell us it's all in our head and we're weak and we don't try and we're lazy. Sorry. So Donald Trump in October will roll out new visa policies. They're going to make it very difficult for people, in particular from West Africa and Nigeria in particular, to come to the United States. What do I know about this? I had a dear friend who's Tanzanian, since the little bastard's talking about Maji, right? And let me see. And by the way, someone I blocked on my channel. If I sound bitter to you, it's you that have the problem. Okay? It's you that have the problem, not me. I'm not talking about bitterness. I'm talking about facts. It's unpleasant. And folk are going to try to gaslight us. Don't let anyone gaslight you. This is your country. There's no place else for you to go but here. And when you go abroad, people remind you that you're from America. When you're in Africa, I'm not mad. They say, hey, you're an American. Isn't that something? When I say I'm an American in America, the same people tell me, no, you're not. You don't have a country. You don't belong anywhere. Haitians have Haiti. Jamaicans have Jamaica. Nigerians have Nigeria. Ghanaians have Ghana. South Africans have South Africa. Egyptians have Egypt. Black Americans don't have any place. All the while they work to replace you and where you don't belong. Then they claim to be African American and tell you you can't claim to be American. What the fuck, people? What the fuck is that? That's a game. That's a game of jealousy, haters, and moderators. Block anybody. I don't care. I don't want to hear your opinion. This is all about me, all about how I understand Tethergeddon. The brother asked me to explain it. I am. My friend from Tanzania, who went to Howard with me, went home while she was a student because of a funeral and had a difficult time getting back into school, tried to come back, and the Indians and others working in the embassies were blocking. The Indians and Arabs and Chinese were getting visas in Dar es Salaam, but they would not give that to Black Tanzanians. So the little fucker that was talking about Maji, my broke ass without without an income, and Miss Kelly in here, we were sending money, helping a sister from Tanzania that was a good sister get the money to get a visa to move to Canada, because they could get into Canada, but they couldn't get into America. They simply wouldn't even see you, even when you studied in America, had a good income, a good job, no criminal record, because they had a policy under Biden that they weren't letting people from Africa come in, except for when they were gay. And that's why this guy's name is Alfonso David. There was a Black man head of the largest Liberian homosexual by the name of Alfonso David. was the leader of the Human Rights Campaign, that they were giving visas and amnesty to African homosexuals to put them in organizations here to fight against people that were pro-family and anti-abortion, people like me getting waged war on by people who can't suck dick in public where they come over here and act like us, saying, hey, look, we don't want guys with dicks in the women's restroom, and have someone call me a xenophobe, call me a racist. And yet they would be killed where they came from promoting the same thing. So they bring over people traumatized around their sexuality, or people who are involved with the CIA, involved with the IMF, World Bank. They're from the families of people that steal everything in Africa and keep the countries poor and underdeveloped. They bring the filth of Africa here. And those folks are in line with the most racist white folks in the church, State Department, business. It's never anybody that could even consider want to have a relationship with anybody that's foundational Black American. Not that we wouldn't be willing to deal with them. They're not willing to deal with us. And I'll tell you something. I don't do these talks to beg, to hold hands, kumbaya with anybody. That includes coons and the boule and blacknecks and nigglings and other assorted Black scum and people that don't get it. And that includes people, tethers and other people. If you don't want to get this, take your ass back where you came from if you hate it here. So, Tethergeddon, same way my friend could not get a visa, had been at Howard, almost finished her doctorate, good, upright sister, head together, had a good heart, couldn't even get in to the United States, having played by the rules. When Trump and them put these new things in, unless you're a super rich Nigerian, a diplomatic Nigerian, Nigerian with some status, or you're going to a really good school and your ass isn't going to work off campus, a lot of them aren't going to be able to come over here with the same ease. They're going to get rid of the 5-year visa, which was sort of the Nigerian Express scam card, where you could come to the United States, you get a visa, and you could come in, multiple entries. You could come in and out of the United States like it was a grocery store for 5 years. That program's gone. Your ass can get a 90-day one, like the kind I used to get to go to Brazil. And there's some nice women in Brazil. And what you had to do is in 90 days, your visa's up. I'd go to Brazil, stay for about 30, 40 days. And then you'd come back. If you wanted to go back into the country, after you were there for 90 days, you'd need to get another visa, unless that visa was a renewable one that allowed you multiple entries and you could only stay for 90 days. Are you understanding me? So you could get a visa for 3 years, but you could only stay for 90 days. The United States is offering like a visa, if I'm correct, it will be a one-time only. You can come for 90 days, then you have to get the fuck out. And if I'm understanding it, they're likely to terminate the status. So if you are, let's say you came from Nigeria in January, you got a 5-year multiple entry visa. This is August. You're lucky because September would be month 9, but October is month 10. If I'm correct, and you had a 5-year multiple and they suspended and they cut it off, you got to get the fuck out of here. Even though you had 5 years, now you had no time at all. So a lot of Nigerians and other people, their businesses kind of have the bad fufu and the old palm oil that's all stuck at the bottom and we make it look nice for you. That if you're here, you may not be here. You may have to get out. You may have to sell your house. You may have to do a quick sell on your house, your car. And by the way, please don't try to marry someone that moves some, old palm oil pussy on somebody, because the United States Citizenship Investigative Services are looking for bogus marriages. And if they find out you're married, and it's just to stay here, you could do jail time and still get deported and be stripped of your citizenship. It's over, people. 60 years of immigration violation, illegal migration, scamming. It's over. It's Tethergeddon, like Armageddon in the Bible, where God comes out of the sky and destroys the armies of the Antichrist. Well, the armies of the anti-FBA that come here that don't want to be our brothers and sisters, won't work with us, won't learn our history, won't at least stay out of our conflicts. They're about to be cut off. And it's by the white people that you love. By the white Jesus, right? White Jesus is people about to cut your asses off. And it won't be the no good, filthy, lazy, not working Akatas, who they also call mutts. You're not African, you're mixed, you're mulatto. And they use enough skin whitener and shit to look like Charlie Chan. It's over. And the same applies to the Caribbean. And if from an Islamic country and everybody's looking cross-eyed at you, it's over. It's over. And what's sad, let me just give you one more piece, because I left something out. There's a thing called the Brzezinski document. Look it up. Brzezinski, I think it's spelled Brzenski document. It's also called National Security Memorandum 46 or 48, one of the two. Look it up. It's they'll say it doesn't exist, but it made it into the courts where the United States government didn't want people to work together, in particular from South Africa and Nigeria, to work with Black Americans. Okay? And they started this in the late 70s. They decided to cut it off to make certain that people didn't work together. The Nigerians at that point had a good head of state named Shagari, the last African leader in Nigeria who gave a damn about Black Americans, and they did a coup and got rid of his ass because he challenged President Jimmy Carter over how Black Americans were treated. There's some good Nigerians. I'm always going to tell you the truth. I'm going to stand up. If it's a righteous person anywhere in Africa, I'll tell you the truth. If all of you don't like me, when there's a good African, a good Caribbean, I will fight all of you because I believe in truth and decency. And when there's a rotten-ass African or Caribbean or Boule or Coon, I'll tell you that too. When I'm not so tribalistic that I can't be fair. Shagari spoke up for Black people. They took him down. There was another African man who gave money for my education at Howard, who's also Nigerian. Did some corruption, but what's his name? It's not Obasanjo. Don't help me. What's this guy's name? Abiola. Chief MKO Abiola. I believe it's alleged that Susan Rice may have poisoned him. She's a woman who was Secretary of State under Obama that looks like Gilligan from Gilligan's Isle, except looked like Gilligan wanted to be a Black woman. And man, her hair was always fucked up. Damn. She had her hair like a white woman. She has a Jewish husband. It's alleged that she poisoned him. I'm not saying she did. It's alleged because the last person saw him alive, she gave him something to drink, and then he was dead. And his wife, Kudirat Abiola, was shot in the face 5 times with exploding bullets manufactured in the United States. Abiola gave a damn about Black Americans. They killed him. The good Africans, the Lumumbas, the Sankaras, this guy, Ibrahim Traore, the righteous Africans, they're at risk of all the white folk want to bump them off, and even their own people that don't get it. It's sort of like what happens here. Good black Americans get killed by the scum, trash black Americans, who all should be lynched. You traitors, I know you're out there. And the racists hate them and everyone else. So I want to say this to you. The Brzezinski document, and see if you can find it, Black Alpha. And when you read how they don't want black Americans and Africans to work together, there's been a concerted program to wreck any kind of solidarity between Africans and blacks in the United States. Things used to be better. They've gotten steadily worse. I believe this is the program, but here's the issue. There are those of us in our end that have worked. We haven't seen the commiserate effort on the behalf of Africans to check crooked, liar, grifter, Nigerians, or others, many of whom are going to get busted because they got PPP money, they're getting snapped, they're gaming the system, not understanding. They may see you as being better than a black American, but you aren't white. And when they get angry with you, like when you commit a crime, they lump you in with black Americans. They completely ignore your distinctiveness. And so delineation is good for us because if a person rapes someone, they're called a black American. If they get a scholarship, they're quick to say, oh, they're from Congo, they're from Nigeria, they're from Senegal. They're not one of them. Huh? Are you understanding me? We can only be bad and dirty. And they also play that too. So when one of them commits a crime, they don't say it's one of us. They know that that will be put on black people and they laugh about it. And it's dirty, it's unfair, it's sinister. And people need to be accountable. When you travel to another country, you're like a guest in another person's house. You need to act like someone that people would want to stay instead of showing your ass and shitting at the kitchen table and pissing on yourself in front of the fireplace and thinking if you ask me to leave, you guys aren't good hosts. You need to be good guests, and this hasn't been the case. Okay, I think I've explained myself. I can rest.
Damn right. Tethergeddon, all the way. You brought that all the way around. Let me tell y'all, when Dr. Randy Short is cooking like that, you let him cook. But I see a lot of people that want to come up and speak and ask some questions and know more about this Tethergeddon that we all see. And I'm pretty sure that we can come to the conclusion, family, it ain't too good in the hood for none of these tethers out here. Before I get to my brother, what up, though? Winkin, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening. Thanks for letting me up on the stage, Black Alpha. Hi, Dr. Short.
Hello.
Hi, everybody listening. Thank you very much for the first-rate education. When you were talking about the Brzezinski documents, so on and so forth, I studied that in undergrad in political science. And if you look in the purple pill, I found a redacted example of what they let out about the Brzezinski document.
Isn't it horrible?
The purple pill.
Isn't it horrible what they're saying? And that they want us to be in conflict. We get it, they don't.
Absolutely, because what they're trying to do with a lot of things, as you're saying, especially ahead of what you explained with the Trump administration, completely cutting off the unrestricted visas. It's going back to how it used to be before 1965, really before 1950.
Yes.
Okay? Where people from African countries could not come into the United States unless you were a diplomat, unless you were a thoroughly vetted college professor. Period. End of discussion. They didn't even let too many HBCUs didn't allow too many African professors or business people. You know why? Because up until about the early to mid 60s, who controlled the boards of trustees and the finances of HBCUs? They were still in the hands of most of your white benefactors and their descendants. Okay? And we all know HBCUs, sadly, are the training ground for this political propaganda that they've been instilling into people.
Well, hold on. The HBCUs, excuse me, at Howard in particular, there's a book by Zed Press called, I think it's called The CIA in Africa. I have a copy. Let me see if I can find it so I can tell you the book. But you know, Howard had a CIA recruiting base, and what they were doing was trying to use the Department of Psychology to groom a group of Black American people and psychology and psychiatry to be able to profile Africans who could be a threat to American or to multinational corporations so they could be assassinated. In other words, they were being asked to create assassination profiles. This was right on Howard's campus. I was there. This happens between 78 and 1980. And it was based in Douglas Hall, the building that Kamala Harris was speaking in front of when she conceded the day after she lost. It was in the basement. So they had a program to teach people how to look at for which Africans need to be assassinated for American foreign interest. And a teacher in political science spilled the beans, of course, like Francis Cress Welsing, got fired. And I didn't do it. I have a doctorate in African Studies from Howard University. What you need to know is that the African Studies Department got its seed money, I think, from the Defense Department and the CIA. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not like that. I'm not for sale, sister. But so there's a relationship between the HBCUs and repression. We need to remember that the HBCUs gave over the names of the activist Black students to the FBI, CIA, and others to get people drafted and killed in Vietnam, those that were outspoken. The HBCUs are bastions of the boule, they're bastions of betrayal, they're bastions of stifling true freedom and debate. Were it not the case, I'd be a full professor somewhere. In fact, the HBCUs right now are full of tethered professors who screw Black American professors. You can't even get jobs in certain places for people with fake degrees from other places. I'm not speaking from what I think. I'm talking about what I've experienced being sabotaged repeatedly at multiple HBCUs all over America. So HBCUs are colonial projects, and we need our own free places where people can think. So someone like myself, if I wanted to do research on China or on Islam or other things, I know what it's like to be forced to start taking Arabic studies because people thought I was an Islamic fundamentalist when I'm a Pentecostal apostolic. Huh? My dad's a preacher, my grandfather's a preacher, my uncle's a preacher, my mother's a missionary, my grandmother's an evangelist. I'm not a Muslim, okay? But studying Arabic and looking at my political stuff. So a lot of these places do not allow this. And even now, these HBCUs are bastions of LGBTQ, Pan-Africanism, illegal hugging, and feminism, and baby killing, abortion. Everything we don't need, they want. And they don't promote Black business. They don't even come that way. I mean, every which kind of way our people could really get a big push out of these places. This is undermined not so much by all the faculty or students, but by the people that really run things. If you're familiar with Edward Bernays' book, Propaganda. Go ahead, sister. question. Hold on. I stopped. Did you want to say something?
No, I'm in total agreement with what you're saying because, first and foremost, a lot of the, I guess you call it miseducation of the Negro, to borrow a title from Carter G. Woodson, came through the HBCUs. Yes, it is a form of indoctrination, and it only worsened. During my time, I came through the university system in the 90s, mid to late 90s. And what the push was then, and I saw it as an undergrad when I was, I did get a chance to travel with other HBCU
you called
students.
me. I'm doing something. What's going on?
And you could see the push for programming. And it was
okay. You're
what
hungry
I saw
now.
in the 90s
okay. It'll take a minute, Mom, because I'm doing something. But I'll bring some soup up.
Pushing out the regular teaching of black, I guess you call it, I wouldn't say ideology or anything like that, but most of the Africans who came in there during the 90s, they came in under a program of repression.
Yeah.
Okay, it was to suppress any and everything that had to do with, all right, I'm going to think, I'm going to speak openly, and I'm going to challenge things. No, you can't do that. You can't do that and survive. You can't do this to be a part of what we're doing.
Let me say this to you. HBCUs do not allow free inquiry, and Carter G. Woodson did not get to teach at an HBCU. Carter G. Woodson ended up setting up the Associated Publishers on 9th Street Northwest, south of the campus of Howard. They weren't welcome to teach. That's why I started Black History Week and then Black History Month. You weren't allowed to do this. Black people wouldn't let you do it. Okay, I taught at one HBCU, Lane College, and sister, the person that created the curriculum for Lane College to teach history was a white woman from the Daughters of the Confederacy. Part of me not being continued there is trying to break off of the Daughters of the Confederacy to teach, to have, can you imagine? I'm at a black school and a white supremacist woman who doesn't have the education I have decides how people are going to be taught. And you're seen as insubordinate for wanting the education to be accessible to your students. And I need to remind people, like someone's telling me here on my page, they went to Southern. They went to one of the HBCUs in Louisiana, and all the professors were foreigners and whites. I can say this to you, at Howard, the reason my father was chaplain at Howard, they didn't allow gospel music, jazz, or blues on the campus of Howard. It wasn't tolerated. You could be thrown out of school. You could be thrown out of school for being apostolic Pentecostal holiness. If you were too dark, you had to submit a picture. Like in apartheid in South Africa, if you're too black, maybe you won't get in. We have a class of black people, the boule. That's what the tethers aren't half of our problem. My biggest problem are the traitors from within. Our own traitors, the scum in our community. Our traitor black scum do this. We could solve almost all of our problems overnight. Black farming, all of it. All of this is checkmated by traitors in our ranks, and we sit up and look at people because they're black first or they got a degree somewhere, and they're enemies. You have another question. I'm going to close my mic.
I think she got down, but let me get to my brother. What up, though? You still there, family?
Yeah. What's up, cuz?
It's all on you, player.
Yeah, I was gonna talk, but I'm gonna ask professor and everything. Okay, you see the farming and everything going on. You see all the, like, we just graduated 5 million black kids last year in high school. You know, you see all the positive on top of them. We knowingly know that they're trying to overshadow one negative and turn that into the whole. You know what I mean? Because you got to look at the stuff as a math problem. You know, you got kids watching that one negative, they won't even see the whole. You know what I'm saying? This next go round, right? With these hunkies, right? Do you honestly believe that do you honestly believe that we can withstand them from attacking this go round? You know what I'm saying? Because they are going to attack. You know what I'm saying? I ain't want to say this on your page, but what I'm seeing is the positive about to overshadow their little negative. You know what I'm saying? We're going to see more black kids graduating school. We're going to see more black kids open up corporations and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So,
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So
I'm just talking because, like I said, I was going to talk, but I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you see the positive more so than the negative overshadow? Do you see the positive overshadowing the negative that's going on?
Our problem, in my view, is as much internal as it is external. You're asking me externally, and I don't like those kinds of questions because it's not dealing with what the issue is. I keep mentioning, and I resent it when people keep saying it's white, black, when we've got huge swathes of traitors in our ranks. Huge swathes of black folks that are traitors or the enemies to all of us, who walk around and get loved. They get to be called leaders and do things to hurt us. And we're only going to talk about Dylan Rolfe. Dylan Rolfe shot 13, 14 people, right? He did. It's terrible. And he should be dealt with. But when we've got Planned Parenthood and they've got folks thinking killing black babies by the thousands every week is health care. And you can get people to scream and celebrate the killing of black babies. When we have easily as many as 5,000 black folks killed in prisons every year in this country, not a fucking whimper. And sometimes this is happening in Georgia. That's happened with that woman, what's her name? I call her Fanny Clitis. They've got all the power to keep people from being eaten alive by bed bugs, raped and stabbed, and nothing happens. Our failure to address our internal issues encourages people because it shows weakness. If you won't wipe your own ass, brush your teeth, clean up under your arms, a lot of folks might think it's safe to attack you because if you don't care about yourself, you probably aren't in a position to resist someone attacking you. We've got to deal with both. A half-ass solution is a half-ass solution. A whole solution is we need to clean our shit up in-house and be ready to withstand anybody that attacks us. The war's already been declared. They're going to do what they're going to do. The issue is, what are we going to do? And why do we have to just react to what they do when we've got folks who push and kill? I'm looking at a black man that killed a baby over a donut, drowned him in a washing machine. I read story after story after story of black children being murdered, beheaded, put in refrigerators and ovens by their parents, by the mama's boyfriend, and not a fucking peep from us. And this comes into the thousands of deaths. People read that and they form a conclusion. Do white people kill babies? Yes. Do white people rape, kill, and pedophile? Yes, but the focus is us. In fact, I'm going to say what it is. Niggas need God. We need a reformation of the heart, soul, and mind so we love each other enough to correct, hold each other accountable, support each other, and we're willing on the pain of death to resist anyone attacking us. To just get people to be mad at another group of folks isn't enough because they're black folk walking around every day mad at white folks. And as my dad said, you hate whitey and you kill blackie. My thing is, I'd rather you love whitey and love Blackie and ready to check either one. That's my answer to you.
Go ahead, Black Vanguard. Yeah, can y'all hear me? I know sometimes the Twitter will be messed up. Can y'all hear me good? Yeah, I hear you. Now, I'm going to address this situation. I'm going to address a few things. What Dr. Randy Short saying about the Boule class, that's true, which is the D9s, the Freemasons, the Eastern Stars, the Jack and Jills, the Brotherhood Crusade, the NAACP Urban League. They one of the biggest enemies of the Black grassroots because for a long time, they've been bringing all these terrorists, all these immigrants over here to undermine our population, like out here in California. California is a super Democratic majority state, and look how they treat the foundational Black American state here in California. You have a Senate member, Isaac Bryan, and a lot of people's question is Lincoln think he's not a foundational Black American. We got Keita Weber, which was trying to give our genealogy bill to the California Department of Justice, so California used to have more control over that, which was SB 437. It was a bill, no, it was SB 518. It was a bill when it was with Keita Weber, which is Boule, she's part of D9 Boule class. She was trying to give our genealogy records and our information to the California Department of Justice so Gavin Newsom can have control of that. Then you look at Mia Bonton. She's a Puerto Rican woman in the Bay Area, like in the Oakland, Berkeley area. Her husband is Ron Bonton, which is the Attorney General of California. So they was trying to actually to get our genealogy records, basically, so when we start applying for reparations, they can criminalize us and get our information and charge us for getting our genealogy records, basically. So when we start applying for reparations, they can criminalize us and get our information and charge us for getting our reparations. So we fought against that. So they didn't put it in the SB 518 bill. They ended up putting it in the California Civil Rights Department instead of the Department of Justice. That was a small victory because we raised hell. We actually was organized to get a lot of these California less than Black culture members out the way, which we doing. We still getting Isaac Bryan and all these other people out the way because they're very problematic. I've been trying to tell them, these Democrat Boule people, y'all too busy fighting for illegal immigration, though, but when we need y'all to fight for issues, especially regarding reparations and other issues we got going on in our community, these same Boule people know we found, like Karen Bass. I asked Karen Bass about reparations on Juneteenth in Lamar Park, which is one of the last Black strongholds we got left in Los Angeles. And I asked her what you feel about reparations. She clearly didn't know my question, though, but in my part to part, she immediately jumped up and started supporting these illegal immigration. For your understanding is that a federal judge in the Biden administration put a federal pause on the ice raids in Southern California, and Karen Bass was one of the lead people that was spearheading that movement. These Democratic Boule politicians like Jasmine Crocker, like Brandon Johnson out of Chicago, they're very problematic though, because when it comes to addressing our issues, these people know we found. Like Karen Bass was giving these illegal debit cards in Los Angeles. So these Black Democrat politicians, they're a huge problem. But back to the Tether boycott, I'm glad it kind of got me boycott. Yeah, you might have some cool writers on an individual level, but majority of them, they highly disrespectful though. And because they have all different types of directors towards foundation Black Americans. That calls cicadas, gerayers, and bees, and all the other 9-yard dozen. And also, Mia Bonton, she's one of the main people that would lead the charge and try to get our genealogy bill to California Department of Justice. Then they got another bill called SB 437. It's a bill going on, we're trying to direct $6 out of $12 million that's fully meant for our genealogy reparations. They try to get $6 to $12 million to the Cal States, the CSUs. So we put a stop to that as well. So if we name all the organizations, the head of NAACP, and shout out to you, Black Alpha Network, was supposed to NAACP because you have the head of the NAACP out of California and Hawaii. We did to his background. He's a whole Panamanian from Panama. He's a whole Afro-Latino. He's not even a foundation of Black America. We actually exposed him. So he kind of backed up off of it. Then you got a lot of these so-called minority and people color groups. They are trying to get on the whole lot of these Latino and Japanese groups. they trying to get a hold of the $6 and $12 million reparations thing at both mid for our community. So we actually putting pressure on the organization majority support, or we gonna come after them in a professional, in a political way. I'm not talking about the violent way though, but because you gotta redirect that, because they real quickly label us as black Latino and all that type of stuff, which is another joke that these white folks like, these male people like doing. So yeah, we in a huge fight, because I remember 6 years ago, the terrorists was one of the main ones saying that I'm not black, I'm Jamaican, I'm not black, I'm Haitian, I'm not black, I'm Dominican, Jamaica. All of a sudden, we've been delineated for the last 6 years. All of a sudden, they started to say that we're black too. They started claiming African. For y'all understand that is that out there in Tanzania, because I got people out there in Tanzania right now. I know some of the revolutionaries that actually fought in the Tanzanian revolution, though, like Zafara. They actually told me, because I got numbers right now, they actually told me how the Tanzanian government, but y'all understand that is that a few days ago, the Tanzanian government has officially banned all small foreign businesses in the state of Tanzania. That means they're kicking all foreigners, including the Foundation of Black Americans, out of Tanzania right now to speak. So Pan-Africanism is basically this, not non-existent. We've been the only ones been carrying the burden of Pan-Africanism for the last 100 years. I'm glad we started. See, it's nothing but a scam. Same thing with that Euro return of Ghana. It was nothing but a scam too. You got the Ghanaians are kicking the Nigerians out of Ghana right now. And you got a lot of our Foundation Black Americans out there in Ghana. And a lot of people don't understand that. It was a story that happened a few years ago, how you had the Black Panther sister running on activists out of Detroit. I forgot the elder sister's name. How she went out there to Ghana, how she got on the line in Ghana for purchasing land. So it's other kind of stories where people went to these African-Caribbean countries that have been getting on the line in these African-Caribbean countries. So this Pan-Africanism notion is actually dead. Now, you have this head person of the, I think some kind of African hamburger shop in DMV area, I think it's in Maryland, actually trying to apologize, but you never seen that African woman actually supporting Black American businesses though. See, we the only ones that have been supported. We actually their customer base. Same thing about the Asians. They got to go as well too, because they've been, especially the Koreans and the Chinese with the Tasha Harlow situation. So all these foreigners got to leave our community and stuff like that, because we need to circulate money within our community. Because these foreigners, these other immigrant groups, they don't care none about our people. Even some of these melanated tether groups don't care none about our people. That's why I'm glad we delineated. I'm gonna pass the mic to somebody else though, because I got a lot of stories I could tell you all though.
Appreciate that, brother. All that right there, 110%. Absolutely, brother. Let me say this to the family while we in here. You got Tethergeddon and Donald Trump out here with them Tether tariffs. And if y'all notice that them damn tariffs got these people real shook. So when you add delineation at the same exact time that you have deportation, that got everybody petrified. It's a new game. It's a new game, and everybody got to understand that, all right? I lost Dr.Short. I'm trying to get him back up. This thing is acting crazy. It's janky.
Yeah, the Twitter's acting up. And also, what they did was that I was putting in the Jumbotron how you had Haitians out there in Florida, I believe in Florida and New York. They formed their own coalition to stop their people from losing their temporary protected status next month in September. See, they have their own organization that's specific for their own ethnic group. But when we say we want to have our own specific things for our ethnic group, all of a sudden we being xenophobic and
because let me tell you what divisive really just means. Divisive just means, can y'all please stop delineating, because it's effing up these tether situation. That's what it is. So you need to get called divisive about 15 times a day. If not, you ain't doing your foundational Black American duty. Because like my brother just said, these people have all types of things that are exclusive and specific to them. But yet they always got a problem when we do things exclusive and specific to us. What are on their way out. As Dr. Randy Short was just putting it, look at all of these different elements. Look at all these different factors that are making Tether sweat right now. And it's a good thing, because like we said, when you add delineation with deportation, that puts them in a very, very bad scenario. It ain't like it was a year ago. I want everybody to remember, okay? Go back to 2020, all the way to about November last year. They thought that they had it, didn't they? They thought that they ashy-ass fingers was just going to grab on to being a black American. They really thought that they was going to destiny swap with us. And now the tides have turned. Look at the Tether situation a year ago and look at Tethers now. And I literally mean now. Like, look at them. Look at their faces. They don't seem too confident no more. They ain't got that same smug energy. See, it went from work hard and nigga and all that back talk they was doing. Now they out here saying things like xenophobic, divisive, family. They only use those terms because whatever hustle and scam that they're doing ain't working. You don't call somebody xenophobic unless what you thought you had, you ain't got no more. You don't say somebody's divisive unless you're trying to unite with them so you can steal their resources. And now everybody's saying these tethers are done. I told y'all, they ain't nothing but a joke and their inner tubes can't flow. It's a bad day. Go ahead, bro.
And Black Alpha, I'm going to say this. I know you got EJ on here. I'm going to say this real quick.
Your call, Black man.
I'm going to say this real quick. I remember how you had a lot of these terrorists disrespecting our lineage and saying like that you had a Jamaican lieutenant governor, Western Sears out of Virginia, telling them foundation Black Americans to forget about slavery by telling the Jewish people not to forget about the Holocaust. And you had Sheila Jackson Lee, that CLBC member, another Jamaican immigrant woman out of Houston, Texas, had that whole HR 40 bill on the finesse. And then you had this, I forgot her name, Yvette. Empower and forget about the foundation Black Americans in Harlem and New York City. That's actually with this certain disrespect. Same thing got to Brian Donalds when he was on a Breakfast Club somewhere. How you say you don't believe in reparations because his family won't get it. His family comes from Jamaica. And you have that Nigerian person that was running for the governor of Michigan, that said if you come to the governor of Michigan, he's going to get rid of Black History Month. These are the terrorists that come over here that would disrespect our lineage. We will say, for example, we will never go to these African and Caribbean countries and declare war and try to rewrite history. We know what they would do it to us if we go to their countries as a foreigner and declare war and try to rewrite history and undermine their own country. They'll be real quick to run us somebody. We might not make out their country law if we go to their homeland doing that. So we get it straight and right. We should have done this a long time ago, but I'm glad we're doing that right now because Dr. Clark Hansen saying that we should have been delineating a long time ago. So I'm glad we found the steps of the great Dr. Clark Henderson. And Dr. John Clark actually said we have no allies. And our people start realizing that all we have is each other, and that's all we need. We've been more qualified since the 1965 Civil Rights Movement. And I don't agree with that term African American because the term African American got created by Jesse Jackson in the 1980s. And Jesse Jackson had a part in Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. Because the MLK files have been released, though, that's why they don't want the MLK files released because of the truth that they don't want to get laid out, though, because you already know what Jesse Jackson about the Rhino Coalition, what he stands for, but I'm allowing Brother EJ to speak because I know he can raise his hand for long.
Yes, indeed. Before my brother EJ go, let me make this clear to the whole family, okay? I got to make this extra clear. We're not trying to convince these people that we ain't African. We telling them. Bottom line, the energy has changed, okay, everybody? It's not about the tethers. It ain't never been about the tethers. It's about FBA because it's our goddamn country. Remember, y'all, they want to be here next to us. We don't give a damn about them. And like my brother Vanguard just said, they would never even allow us to go to any of their homelands and try to...
Okay, guys, hold on. I got to go to another Twitter. They won't let me. They kicked me out. He can't make me. He can't get me into.
When they was talking all that tether talk done dried up. FBA's winning. And this ain't a matter of us saying it. This is a matter of fact. And if you look at these people's energy, you can see, if you ever want to know who's on the winner side in the winner circle, observe their energy. And if you ever want to look at somebody who's a loser, observe their energy. Right now, tethers are defeated. Okay, they can't even troll good no more. I remember when you had the decent trolls. Now these trolls are in here talking, they babbling, they ranting, we breaking them down, we're embarrassing them, we're exposing them, sending them back the same way Tom sent them home is about to send them back home. So everywhere you turn, fam, they asses is going in the opposite direction of America. So think about it. They asses tried to run to the United States of America. Now they asses is gonna have to run all the way back home. And FBA's gonna be right here. They ain't going no damn where. Good, brother. EJ, I see you, Georgia. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, man, these kids about to do the Hotel Rwanda challenge. They're gonna be scattered everywhere, but this just goes to show you that they always try to declare war. They always try to declare war and bring smoke to the wrong people, but they need to declare war with some soap and water so they can wash their ass. And this just goes to show you that Tethergeddon has been upon us for the longest. Ever since I've been on these Twitter space streets, man, Tethergeddon has always been here. It's always been building momentum and always just been waiting for the explosives to go off. You know, it's very powerful once the root work deodorant and the pepper spray get blowing up in the environment and in everybody's face. Yeah, these people thought that we were just gonna sit back and relax and just not take them real seriously. But these tethers are seriously hurt right about now. They still talking about the election. They still talking about the numerous amounts of L's that they have been taking for the past couple of months. And this just goes to show you that with this whole boycott situation going on, we should have did this decades ago when it comes to our people. It's already late and be sorry, because if we kept letting people just say whatever they wanted to, no telling what we would have been right about that. We would have just been letting the wrong people in these Twitter space streets battle and talk about our opinion, knowing damn well a lot of these folks are undercover terrorists. We'll be all over the place. We would have had an open floodgate of niggas that don't watch under their arms and just leave their kids back in their village and stuff with flies on their foreheads and stuff. But this just goes to show you that, all skin folk ain't kin folk. And I don't really try to be technical or get historic with some of these people, because half of the time they don't even know the history of their own countries, because most of the time these white folks created your countries and still colonizing y'all and dominating y'all to this very day. So I don't really try to get into the history of some of these tethers, because half of the time, at a large percentage, a lot of these people don't know nothing about their history, but they want to call Black Americans nationalist people. They want to say that we don't belong to the United States of America. Well, for a person who loves their country and waves their flags in their profile pictures, you're always in tune with what Black Americans are doing and what Black Americans are saying. I don't see a lot of you roaches in y'all countries fighting for your people, let alone trying to go back and help your, kids that y'all left. You ain't trying to go back there and help Miss Fufu or Mr. Dudu Tunde in the gold mine. So, you leave your kids astray. And it's just a sad thing for us to keep having to donate our loose change, let alone the pennies in my piggy bank, to the Sally Struthers Bushmeat and Rice Foundation. So I'm gonna just need you tellers to get y'all stuff together, man. Delineation is the most important thing that Black Americans need to do, let alone fight for our reparations. And let's just keep it real, man. Ain't nobody know nothing about delineation more than the African. The African is the king of delineation. They are the king of being divisive. They are the kings and queens of bushmeat smuggling and crunchy divestment wig wearing. So when it comes to these tethers, and I ain't forgot about you Caribbean coons too, because y'all gonna get these have so much smoke for the Black American family, but they don't have the energy, let alone the anger for the Chinese that are running trains on your grandmothers back on the island of Jamaica. Or, the Haitians that are sticking their relatives with voodoo doll pins. But, they just got their priorities messed up. So the moral of the story is keep boycotting these cockroaches businesses. And don't forget about the Europeans, too. They got a lot of energy when it comes to, Black Americans. But as you can see by the example of the Black American family handling their business over there in Cincinnati, you mess around and find out, we will get our Wu-Tang Clan on and take y'all on the journey through the 36 chambers. This is not Nigeria. This is not one of these coward-ass African countries where a large majority of the population don't want to stand up for themselves. The ones that actually want to do something about it, they don't have enough people to actually stand up and actually want to fight back. I mean, you can lift your arms up like a spirit bomb and just tell all the white folks to run away just by the mustard that is under some of y'all arms. So let me go on and land my plane, man.
Brother Eric Johnson. Brother Eric Johnson. Okay. They kicked me out of one Twitter, some over here. I wanted to ask your opinion because you have a wonderful way of explaining things. Have you noticed? Remember from South Park, they used to have this starving African kid called Starving Marvin. Have you noticed that he's now running for mayor of Minneapolis? Starving Marvin. I thought it was a cartoon. He's a real person. He looks like Starving Marvin.
So how you get there?
He does look like Starving Marvin. I swear to you. I saw
how
this.
you get there and you're on the Twitter space.
Hold up. One at a time, okay? Listen, I got to record this. I'm just telling. All right, so listen, this is how it's going to go. We're going to go one at a time, and nobody interrupt Dr. Randy Short. That's just what it is, because that's a sign for immediately getting dropped, okay? Bottom line. So everybody one at a time, because I'm not going to be spending 17 hours trying to get rid of all the junk. I ain't got that type of time. I got things to do. Okay, so go ahead and continue, Dr. Randy Short.
Okay. I was just saying, I want to hear Eric Johnson, his explanation for how Starving Marvin was a cartoon in South Park. I thought it was from another part of Africa. And then I see this dude from Somalia and I said, shit, that's Starving Marvin. He's real.
And he's doing better than you.
Yeah.
Nigga, if you don't be quiet.
And my damn pit bull is doing better than your mama, okay? I don't even know, nigga, you about to. Yeah, bow down, partner. Oh, bow down. Listen, if you got a problem, who said that? Hey, church, let me know who said that, because I ain't even looking. All I just hear is babbling, okay? So go ahead.
I've already removed them, family. No words.
Okay. Go ahead. Who's that?
Oh, I was just saying he does look like Starving Marvin, but we need to remember another group of tethers, and these are the Indians, and you need to know that the United States diplomatic mission throughout India, let them know that this stuff isn't going on. So all their fakery and babies and smuggling and stuff, it's over. And I want to say this, all of us need to commit to fight against, I call him a vasectomy or Scammer-Swami, the little caste Hindu bigot who's down trying to use, the cave girl getting his sense smacked into her in Cincinnati. And he was up in Springfield, Ohio, trying to basically killing dogs if he can't find a Haitian to do one, so he could get favor from white people. That this Indian dude in Ohio must lose. Same way that Come Swallow lost, and she does swallow Come. I went to Howard with the bitch, so I'm not sorry. I don't take it back. And I think she used to do it in the Punch Out in the Blackburn Center. Yeah, she used to hang out in the Punch Out, and she's a hoe. These we need to watch out for them too. Stop staying at their hotels and shit. We need to keep our own money. When you talk to the average black person, they broke. We need to get broke when it comes to tethers. Let me land my plane for a second.
Go ahead, EJ.
Yeah, that whole ass nigga tried to throw off the space. I'm glad you kicked him out. I ain't want to have to pull out the bamboo stick and crack him upside his fucking head. If you don't want to, if you want to interrupt, you can start your own space and you can just talk to yourself in the corner while you cut yourself with glass. But, you got to watch some of these Negroes in these spaces. They don't really have nothing better else to do besides, get hit upside the head with, I almost said something I had to catch myself. God told me to stop. He said, Eric, calm down. But, these Negroes right here, they don't know nothing. Don't you ever come in this damn space and interrupt an OG like Dr. Randy Short. You liable to get slashed up. We're going to need O'Brien your ass, $5. See, God told me to be quiet, but let me get to what Dr. Randy Short was saying. Yes, the burnt upside down Dorito chip individual. I don't know this tether's name, but he does remind me of one of the pirates off the Captain Phillips movie. So, these crooked crushed peanut sneakers, two having individuals, if they have enough people within an area, any monkey teller can run for a political position because they know if this Negro get elected, they can get all the bushmeat that they want to. They can get all the goodies that, white mommy and white daddy can give them. So, this is why that the family, for the ones that are qualified to run for political positions, y'all need to, get amongst y'all people, which is the FBA family and the grassroots, and just, come with your credentials and, get to work. Because, a lot of these people on the app acting like they running for president, knowing damn well they can't be even a manager at McDonald's, let alone sweep out the floors at my job. These Negroes always come in here telling us what we need to do, but don't have the credentials. And this is why Tethergeddon is so much needed, because you got punk motherfuckers in these spaces talking real crazy. And I doubt that a lot of these people even want some of these tethers to go away, because a lot of these niggas can't get no coochie, so they got to go over there to Fukushima, and they got to go to the Motel 6 and do the thing. But this just goes to show you that when you have people amongst us that don't want to put in the work, let alone with this boycott, you have some Negroes that'll be like, man, I love them Africans, I love them niggas. They give me that bush meat with them shitless, and they put that vinegar and that salt together. That's the ticket right there. Y'all niggas don't know what y'all talking about. Half of these niggas is like Dr. Umar Jackson right about now. They coming back to us when they was out here talking crap about us, didn't want us to get reparations. They out here begging us for loose change. Just like these niggas that come out here in these Twitter spaces, they begging for views, they begging for followers. See, they gotta come into spaces like my brother Black Afro Network. They gotta come into spaces like Tyreek, and they definitely been messing with my brother Afro Elite on TikTok. I told him this yesterday on his live video. I did call up, but I was on there for an hour trying to get up there because these babbling Negroes they come out these spaces, let alone throughout these conversations, they'll just cause you to have a brain aneurysm, let alone just go into hibernation for about 35 years with all the device talk that some of these people have been talking. But I was telling the brother earlier that, I can't do TikTok when it comes to some of these tethers because they just swarm all over the place. And I give some of y'all credit. Y'all have better patience than me because I'm known to block people and just swing the bamboo stick like I'm a 13-year-old girl at a quinceañera. Just candy and dandruff flakes gonna be all over the place when you mess with some of these tethers. I just want to let the family know, let me correct myself, that Tethergeddon is a Pondy. Make sure y'all out here supporting Black-owned businesses and make sure that y'all have y'all pepper spray and y'all Febreze if y'all ever have to go up into one of these tether businesses to regulate one of these individuals. So, with that being said, I'm going to land my plane. And if any tethers or any, buck dancers are in the space right about now, please don't interrupt anybody because I will pull out the flying guillotine and chop heads off. So be warned.
And also, can I say something real quick? Hold on, real quick, Black. Hold up. We got to go in order here. Like I said, I'm trying to record this, and it sounds terrible when people hear the playback and there's a bunch of people jumping in. Let me say this: absolutely, everything my brother EJ just said, 110%. That's just the way we move it. Tethergeddon got a lot of these people scared right now. You know what I'm saying? These tethers got to resort to terrible trolling. Trolling, you know what I'm saying? But, they need to be quiet, though, before I take my fitted hat money and buy your house. Okay, so when you go home to that Cocker Spaniel you call a woman, just remember, foundational Black Americans getting paid. All right, so bow on down. They thought we was going to let them speak. Sit your dusty, musty, and always rusty ass down, especially when Black Alpha talking. Partner, checkmate, motherfucker. Now, let's continue to go, and let's continue to flow. Let's get to the hands. I'm going to get to Chris because you was up here first, and then we're going to spin it all the way back around, and I got to get my brother Church in here in the building, okay? So let's get this going. Remember, FBA keep on winning, and tethers keep on swimming, and now they drowning. Go ahead, Chris. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, Alpha. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, my brother. Go ahead. The floor is yours, family. Go ahead and put it to work.
Tethergeddon. That's a good idea you came up with. It sounds like Mortal Kombat. Like, it has begun. Like, you watch a Mortal Kombat movie, and it seems that the Tether's been getting hit with a bunch of them like plasma rays and stuff like that. That's the tariffs, and now they Donald Trump and Tom Hummel finna do a fatality on their ass. Well, I'm here to see it, and I want to say, I'm so glad that all of us have delineated. I think that Dr. Carl Anderson is proud of us. I believe that he's looking at all of us and like, wow, after 40 years of him saying this, we're finally listening and on it. And like you say, Alpha, we on it 100%, and that's how we should be, delineating everything 100%, because at the end of the day, they've been very disrespectful coming into a country that we made good for them. And at the end of the day, they ain't did nothing but get on reparation panels, talking about stuff that they wouldn't even qualify for. And it's just been disrespectful. So I'm glad that we delineate, and I say keep it up. And like I was telling the lawyer, I forget his name because I'm kind of new to the space, but I was telling him we should do it for 10 years. We should delineate them until 2035. Give them 10 years to get their mind right. And then maybe after 10 years, we can come back to the table, maybe, and see what they got their minds right, because they keep saying it's a million or whatever. What does that matter? I mean, numbers you have your mindset is not actually what we're doing over here. It don't matter what your numbers are. Your mindset don't match. So what's the point in even having it around anyways? And then secondly, as I always hear y'all say, if you got kicked away from your country and they made you flee over here, then you really don't get to sit at the big people's table. If we let you sit there, you need to shut up, because we the copies of this shit. You are coming over here as a bench warmer that needs to understand that when we pass you the ball, that's when you make your three. When we tell you to get in the post, that's when you get in the post and you haul the lane up so I can come in and dunk it and lay it up and do all the things we've been doing. When you come over here, this is home court for us, and we tell you what the rules are. And that's just the end of it. I'll leave my plane there.
Appreciate that, brother. You already know. Absolutely. You cooking right there, family. That's exactly what it is, fam. Everybody got to understand this right now. We up.
Now, I had one more question for you. You from Gulfport like me?
Talk that talk. Say it again.
You from Gulfport like me? Because I heard you say that one time on the one of the live streams. You're from Gulfport, Mississippi?
No, oh yeah, Gulfport. Yep, absolutely, brother.
Yep, me too. Memorial Hospital. That's where I was born.
Okay, yeah, that's where my people from, man. I trace my lineage way back over there in Honey Pass, South Carolina. So you know it's an FBA thing, ain't it?
Yeah, my people from there too. I'm from Lewis Avenue. It's like right there down the street from Memorial Hospital.
My dog. Yeah, certified salute to you, man. Mississippi in the place, dog. Stay good, brother.
Already.
Y'all see how it go. Look at this, fam. Look at this. We represented in here. We represent. The only thing that they represent is no deodorant. Okay, that's all. All right. And foundational Black Americans, we stay clean. Notice that when we just dropped this little tether down, you know, there's a good smell in the air. You know what I'm saying? That stench done went away. You know what I'm saying? So quit stalking foundational Black Americans, man. And tell your girl take our pictures out of her goddamn phone. Don't beat on her, man, because she want to be with a real man. Easy. Go ahead, my brother Church.
Well, since y'all out here giving a shout out to the MI Crooked Letter, let me go ahead and give a shout out to Indianola, Mississippi as well. You know, just got to give some love to the family out that way. I got to tell you, man, much love to you, Black Alpha. You know, as always, my good brother. Got to give a salute to Dr. Randy Short in the building. I heard the whole time when you was going off. Like I said, this is what they don't want. This is why you have interrupters and interruptions, because they hear people like our brother Dr. Randy Short going off and bringing that scholarship when he do. They hear my brother Black Alpha going off and bringing scholarship when he do. Our brother Eric Johnson, he be going off, hitting people with bamboo sticks up and down when he do. This is what they don't want. The congregation of us getting together and saying, yeah, this is what we're not accepting anymore. And I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to be a great August. A great August. The first, the boycott started. The fourth, the temporary protective status goes away. On the 5th, we got Fade in the Water Day. We don't have a great Fade in the Water Day without even having to worry about no tethers. That's just awesome to me, you know. And I got to let you guys know, these tethers are running around here talking like, oh, this is only on the internet. How is that boycott going? I was at work today, and I saw about 5 beautiful sisters walking together. When I say beautiful, these are some beautiful FBA queens. And I was looking, and they had their hair braided, nice and chopped up. I'm like, damn, they looking good. So I asked them, I was like, hey, how y'all doing today? What y'all got going on? Oh, we going to a pool party. I'm like, all right, cool. I like y'all hair. I was like, I hope y'all didn't go to the African braid shops. You know we're boycotting them, right? And before I could finish saying boycotting them right, them girls all said at the same time, hell no. And one of them said, I don't know if you know this, but we like our edges. So family, we didn't even have to really start the boycott to actually have the boycott going already. So I don't know if these folks are living in a delusion or living in a psychosis. Either way, it's the same thing. But you can say it's online until it come knocking on your front door. And trust me, it's going to knock on your front door. Y'all been seeing all these people. Matter of fact, another story. I walked by a Jamaican place today, and it was stone cold dry. The lady on the inside that's usually cooking, she was on the outside looking for people to come in. So you can keep saying that it's offline, it's only online. Cool. Until it hits your front door. And then you're going to get really, really damn quiet. But lastly, I'll end with this, family. I'll land here. Each and every one of these tethers who are running around here trying to make it seem as if we're the supremacists because we're deciding to take our money out your pockets. Let me explain something to you. Because a lot of you run around here acting as if, oh, y'all think y'all going to boycott us? We'll boycott you. We can survive without your dollar. You cannot survive without ours. The Nabisco don't go to your stores, don't go to your restaurants. The Hispanic don't go to your stores, don't go to your restaurants. Hell, you're lucky because really, we don't really go to your restaurants. You was lucky that we had our sisters who wanted to go to these places. I don't even say wanted, who went to these places to get their hair done, whether it was on the fly or whatever the situation may have you. All you folks need to learn how America works when it comes to not just the system in America, but the economic system of America. Your dollar would never mean as much as a foundational black dollar in this country because you don't have enough of you. And even if you did have enough of you, all that money that you guys get, you send back home. This is the biggest issue that a lot of people have that you really don't see. We don't see any of you guys putting back into the community with the money you get from us. We're putting money into your pockets and instead of doing like Nikki Barnes or doing like anybody really, Bumpy Johnson, Frank Lucas, anyone, where they go at least buy backpacks for kids that's going back to school, buy turkeys, anything. Y'all don't do none of that. You send all that back home and you think that we should be afraid about your dollar? We ain't had your dollar since you got here. Y'all don't support foundational black-owned businesses, not the way we supported yours. So let's keep that 100. All that y'all talking, that's all it is. It's talk. But you're seeing our actions. And when you see our actions, you tend to see America move on the actions that we create and then move in the same way. But I'll land there, my good brother.
Yeah, brother, you know how I go. It don't make dollars, it don't make sense, family. You already know. And they talking through their tether teeth, so it's all messed up. Yes, let me go ahead and add on to what my brother just said, because he made a damn good point. When you start talking about money, you start talking about finances, you start talking about economics, these people are dependent upon us. See, America has created a system, a structure, where all immigrants, migrants, all the TOCs, tethers of color, they have to come here and leech off of Black Americans. So simply by Black Americans delineating, that truly cuts them all off. They have nothing no more. You think it's a coincidence that you're seeing the worst time ever for tethers at the same exact time when we are delineating and we're all the way up? It goes together hand in hand. The system that was created by the dominant society was these people come over here and they steal from Black Americans. Hell, they was even trying to give these people our culture. They was trying to tell these people that they built America. Remember, Joe Biden said that illegals built America. So I'm not being hyperbolic when I tell you that these people were trying to take everything from Black Americans. And we simply used the most powerful word in the English language, which is no. And then we said it with a little twist, how FBA says it with our vernacular, hell no, hell to the no. And we delineated in the process. So now you got delineation and deportation. You got Tethergeddon and you got the tether terrorists. You got these boycotts, which are going to be permanent. They get cut off of everything. Remember, TPS, Tether Protective Services, is cut off. So when that's cut off, I mean, what's the tether really going to do? Not a goddamn thing. But be mad at FBA. See, they're in a situation, family, where they literally don't have nothing but being mad. And you know you down bad when all you can do is be mad. That's kind of sad. Okay, and I'm kind of glad. Foundational Black Americans run this. It's my house. Remember that. When you pull up here, you in my house. And this is the way we treat it. The same way anybody will go to your house, it's your mom, your dad, your cousins, your grandma, and they say, this is my house, and you better play by my rules. Now, everybody got to play by our goddamn rules, whether you like it or not. And we ain't out here saw shoeing. I see you, my sister, Natural Tour. Natural Tour is one of the sisters out here who really about delineating full time. Because remember, y'all, tethers don't tether half-time. They don't tether part-time. They ain't in here saying, well, you know, I only want 22% of FBA. I just want to take a decade of their culture. Can I just get a little what they created? No, they want to take everything from us, so we going to gatekeep all the way. Delineation and gatekeeping and what I've been saying for the last 10 years is regulating. Shout out to Nate Dogg and Warren G. That all requires you to be 110%.
And what we've been doing now is denouncing a lot of these people who've been trying to do 22%. They've been trying to put out these disclaimers, saying, yeah, I mean, not all of them. I mean, some of them. I mean, damn that. Okay. All of them until further notice. And all these little fake apology videos that they've been doing, all of that is cap until further notice. Remember now, that Nadine lady came out. She had that video apologizing. But did y'all see that second video that we have already exposed that was a fraud, where they had the person calling on the phone saying, I only want Black Americans to do my hair? And then we come to find out that that whole video was a scam. Yeah. So you got scamming on top of scamming on top of scamming. Mm-hmm. That's just what they do. See, they try to run that African village con artist game on us. And I've been saying it for the longest time. You can't hustle the hustlers. We invented the hustle. You know the first hustle that America ever seen? I'm going to tell you what the first hustle was. And it came from foundational Black Americans. It's called They Gave Us Lemons and We Made Lemonade. That was the first hustle that has ever been done. And then we flipped this country, same way we'll flip reparations, same way I'll flip this goddamn phone and call Tom Homan and send your ass back to your village. It all goes hand in hand, my good brothers and sisters. You can't make this up in 2025, certified all the way live. This is what we doing, and they are out the way. Go back to a year ago. They thought they was going to be Black Americans. Remember, y'all, the reason why they run around here and try to convince you that you're an African is so you can go to Africa and then they can come to America. The reason why they tell you to drop your flag is so they can pick it up. Think about all the things that they trying to tell us not to do. They say, don't be foundational. Damn, why you don't want me to be foundational? Because you want to be one? Then they tell us, don't be Black. Damn, why you don't want me to be Black? Okay, so you can be a Black American, and then they come over here and they say, you're not American. So every single thing that we say, they don't want us to do. And it's very, very convenient that they're doing that at the same exact time that they packing them goddamn bags and leaving. Understand, y'all, this is what it's all about. They want your citizenship. And if they can't get your citizenship, they're going to crash out. Right now, we're in the process of Africans doing what Africans do to Africans. And that is trying to sink the whole damn ship. Because you can't get some. But the problem is they can't sink this ship, okay? Because we out here 10 toes down, loyal to the soil. You cannot remove us. And let me say this before I get to the hands, okay? Because we bubbling, we cooking, and we ain't got no time to play. Let me say this. Have y'all been noticing all these Pan-Africans trying to team up with all these $2 Tontos lately? Tell me y'all been seeing this little weird, strange alliance lately where you got the $2 Tonto, the Pope Pontus, and now you got Pan-Africans and they trying to team up. Why? What is the reasoning behind that? Let me tell you what it is. It's because the Pan-African doesn't want us to be American because he wants to be an American. And then the $2 Tonto, he doesn't want us to be indigenous and native because he been running around here jacking our style and saying that that's really been him. So now you got these alliances. You're seeing Tether Voltron, y'all. That's what it is. All of these tethers are just teaming up. You seen Lucy Liu and Jackie Chan just a week ago, and they was coming out mad at FBA. Why? And notice that, fam, when you seen these Asians that out of nowhere just yesterday woke up and had all these anti-FBA videos, they was anti-boycott, they was trying to take for the Africans. Notice the Africans didn't have no smoke for them. How come the Africans ain't got smoke for the Asian and the Asian is colonizing their homeland right now? But you on TikTok talking about me. I said I want some soul food. You told me I was xenophobic. I said, can I get some collard greens? You told me I was being divisive. Goddamn. So what Africans need to do is get their priorities in check, or they will get G-checked. And I'm going to check off this box which says deportation all across the nation. My brother Church, and then I got to get to the hands. But Sister Miriam, let me tell you, you've been gone for a minute now. And I was just telling my wife, I'm going to find you because I was worried about you. I was making sure you was good, my sister, because I ain't heard from you. But y'all know it's a family affair. And I was just talking about you today, sister. Glad to see you in here, my good sister. Go ahead, Church.
Yeah, much love and shalom to our sister Miriam all day. I just wanted to say this real quick before we got to the hands. African Black 666, I see your request, but you're not getting back up here. When our brother Alpha told everyone not to interrupt Dr. Short, that wasn't a request. But yet, like the Africans, you feel like you can not just disrespect Black Alpha, but then turn around and disrespect our brother Randy Short. Dr. Randy Short, that is. Somebody that you probably should just sit down and keep your mouth closed and listen to. Listen to him read the books that he reads on his lives and things like that. Maybe you'll gain a piece of education that you need. But you might as well stop requesting because you're not getting back up here. That's just what it is. The same way we boycotting the Africans, you're being boycotted at this point in time too. Maybe next time you'll come in with some damn sense. Let's get to the hands, my brother.
Hold on. This nigga keep talking about, oh, you had on Temu shoes, nigga. How you know they was on Temu? Is that where you bought your kids' school clothes, nigga? Is that where it was? I ain't even know until you said it, partner. I ain't even know. You know what I'm saying? So how about you be careful? I take my goddamn money and I buy your mama's house, okay? All right, how about that one? Go ahead, EJ.
Yeah, let me just say something too. Queen Michelle, I remember your whole ass from that last space. Nigga, we will deal with these roaches how we supposed to be dealing with these roaches. Unlike you dirty whining in Jamaica and get smacked upside your head with coconuts and loose change. Because we know that milk is getting pulled somewhere else upon your face and let alone in different parts of your mouth. But you got to watch out for Negroes like that. Because this bitch ass nigga was just in here a couple of minutes ago. And I shared it with you too, Black Alpha. So I didn't want Church to bring that whole ass nigga up without, going through that dude's rap sheet. Because as long as, I almost said something. God keeps stopping me from going in on these folks like I truly supposed to. But watch out for, punks like that. They hate Black Americans so much because they keep telling us that we got roaches in our houses, though. But you always in Black American business trying to come in our spaces. And plus, that whole ass nigga who came in here a couple of minutes ago, I blocked him already. So it's just another tether. They got smacked up with the whip and got cracked upside the head with the bamboo stick. But I just want to warn the family that you got to watch out for individuals like that. Motherfuckers that be smelling their own shit and don't be wanting to wash their own ass, let alone just use toilet paper. These niggas are used to just wiping their ass without clean utensils, let alone just using leaves to brush their teeth. But I'm going to let the family talk. I'll land my plane again.
Hey, EJ, they the type of niggas that'd be like, man, you was on gaynigga.com. Nigga, how you know? You had 15 profiles, nigga? Get the hell about it. These niggas be on rainbow.com trying to out niggas. How you got all the receipts on whole shit? Looks like you've been hanging around the whole shit, okay? Tether projections don't work, okay? So if you've been the one floating around in places you ain't need to be, then you need to go ahead and keep that on to yourself, partner. Tethers can't land because they never took off. That's because the Asian owns their airports. Checkmate, checkmate, checkmate. I'll tell you how to put calling.
Real quick, Brother Alpha. What did you say? You gonna take your fitted hat money and buy his mama's house?
That's exactly.
That is cold.
And I'm only going to take the left side of my fitted hat rack. I'm only going to take the left side because, it's probably a dingy apartment. You know what I'm saying? It probably got the same roaches from their homeland. You know what I'm saying? What my man Randy Short said, he said, at least our roaches can eat. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I might just use my New York hat. You know what I'm saying? I'm not giving it my LA hat. I like that. It's baby blue.
That's
you know what
scary.
I'm saying? So I might do that.
The
you know what I'm saying? But I'm sure it'd be a cheap come up. You know what I'm saying? And then I might rent it out to the Tethers. Okay, so Tethers, holler at me, man. I got it for the low. Checkmate, number one activist, bow down. There they go. Let's proceed to give you what you need. EJ, Black Vanguard, and then I got to get to my sister Mary.
I'll let the Queen Marion go because I haven't heard from her from a while. Last time I heard from her, she was slicing one of these, individuals up in the space. Shout out to the average Black. So, I'm still laughing at this situation though, but I'll let the Queen go.
Why, thank you, brother. Salute to you. Hi, family. I know I've been gone for a while. That's because, spiritual sabbaticals and health sabbaticals and media cleanse is sometimes necessary in one's life. So, but I'm back. I caught the beginning of the show. I was listening in the background, and then when I saw that, the bet signal went up a little bit. Brother Church wasn't up yet, and Twitter was doing what it does. It made me be proactive, and I decided to reach out to Brother Alpha. I say, hey, if need be, I can come up, the co-host, so I can bring people up for you. Mainly to get, Dr. Short back up. Salute to you, brother. How you doing, Dr. Short? Excellent. Info that you gave and provided, scholarship as usual. You're one of our main master scholars and teachers, although you don't like to be put in that category, but you are, because you definitely have the scholarship and the life experience politically, educationally, well-traveled, speak, I think up to 5 or 7 languages, somewhere in there. I know 4, at least 4. And just a brilliant man. And we appreciate him, like Brother Eric was saying. I'm what you would call one of the WASI, one of the names that Dr. Short gave to foundational Black Americans, women who are in the Black grassroots and who are on business, about business, by business, for our lineage. And we're also warrior goddesses. So I'm very protective of those who I choose to care about. And my affiliation with certain people are very small. And that's on purpose. If you know, you know. Salute to the room. And I'm going to sing this. It's Tethergeddon, Tethergeddon, Tethergeddon. It's Tethergeddon, Tethergeddon. Oh, Tethergeddon. Oh, be on point or we'll put your ass on point. Check. We don't mess around. We will gutter check. We will G check. Snatch a tether's neck. All disrespect. We won't tolerate. No way we won't. We will dissipate. Elevate. Shut your mouth. You're in the house. We don't get no disrespect. It's Tethergeddon. Just had to do that for y'all. I'm going to sign out. Peace and love, family.
She doing the Reading Rainbow thing, but only for Tether.
My damn sister. Sing it, sister. All the way. Go ahead, Dr. Short.
Well, everybody knows I talk to this woman's like my late night, intellectual booty call, because, they have a boyfriend, but they're always wonderful to talk to. Sister Mary, I'm glad to see you back. Sometimes it's just, I can't tell you, it's medicine to the soul to talk to a real Black woman, real foundational Black freedman woman, and feel like you're king of the world, just eating some takeout food and sitting in their presence. And God bless her. And I just want to do my little song and I'll shut up. Because she knew my song, which goes like this. The spirit of Tethergeddon is here. I can feel it in the magasphere. The spirit of Tethergeddon is here. I can hear it in the magasphere. I can see a deportation order. I'm gonna get my ice call on now. I can see a deportation order, and I'm gonna get my ice call on now. The spirit of Tethergeddon is here. I can feel it in the magasphere. The spirit of Tethergeddon is here. Dun, dun.
Thank you, Dr. Short.
Oh, I need to record that, put it on the CD, and sell it for $1.99. That right there is heat. That right there is heat.
Y'all just made my whole damn day. I'm over here rocking. I'm leaning and rocking in here. I want full franchise, boy. Y'all know you only get this over here when you rocking with FBA, because we don't play.
I can see the deportation order.
Hold on. Before we go through
I'm gonna get my ice call on now. I can see a deportation order, and I'm gonna get my ice call on now.
I can't hear you. Can y'all hear him?
What?
No, I can't hear him.
Hold on.
His speaker unmuted, but I can't
What?
hear him.
What? You called me? Did you call me?
No, you're good, Dr. Short. I called in somebody else, and we ain't got time. We just had a whole concert in here, man. Don't slow down the concert. Damn. Go ahead. Black Vanguard, go ahead, brother. I know you got energy. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, that was funny as hell, man. I started cracking up laughing once I heard that, man. That shit is funny as hell, man. Y'all made me laugh all day. Because all the work I do, man, I really have time to laugh, man. That shit made me laugh, though, man. That shit was funny as hell with Dr. Short and Sister Mary and said that shit was funny as hell. Oh, yeah, but back what I was saying was that, just to give the family a heads-up warning in the near future what's going on in 2028.
If the Democrats get back in office, though, because I know they're not going to get back in office because the Democrats done. But what the Democrats was trying to do when Kamala Harris was going to get in office, she was trying to give over 10 million illegals amnesty. Then she was trying to make the illegals a protected class. And then she was trying to give them our reparations claim. That's what the Democrats trying to do in 2028. If the Democrats get back in power in 2028, they try all the reparations that they try to give these illegals and tenants on reparations claim if the Democrats get back in power in 2028. I was letting the family know what the Democrats plan on doing in 2028 if they get back in the White House again. So I was giving the family a warning heads up what they plan on doing around the midterms, around 2026, 2027. This is one of the DNC's talking points, what they're going to do. I'll give the family heads warning. They're going to start having rallies all throughout the whole country around 2026, 2027, right before the election, all the way to election. They're going to try to promise the illegals giving them reparations payments, though that's what we going to us giving it to them if they do get back in office, though. Then they're going to try to trick foundational Black Americans and saying that if you get us back in there, we're going to give you all reparations payments, though. That's nothing but a trick bag that they're going to plan on doing, though. Look out for that in 2026 and 2027 all the way to 2028. Because there's a hidden agenda they're trying to give these illegals, these other immigrant groups on reparations claims. So that's why I'm just getting family heads up. And also the Jumbotron, that's how most of South Central LA look due to massive influx of illegal immigration. You go to most areas of South Central LA and they'll look like a third world country. They'll look like Mexico or Central America. It don't look like South Central LA like it was 15, 20, 25, 30 years ago. It's fully changed like we only did, but that's certain parts of South Central LA, that's how it looks in 2025 on the Democratic Party. This will look all over the whole country if Kamala Harris would got back in there, if he don't take ownership of our cities and our communities, though. That's all I got to say.
Much respect, brother. Much respect. Shout out to you, brother, because you out there doing it real big, family. I got a question, though, and I want to ask this to Dr. Randy Short. More like a statement, but it's something that we all got to talk about. We got to break it down. And me and Dr. Short have had conversations personally about it, but I want to enlighten everybody in here. First off, is that my brother Furball down there? Shout out to my brother FBA Furball. I see you, family. Dr. Short, right now, we've been saying all this about the African Union and the 6th region. And this Atua person that we never gave no permission to, we ain't give no type of verification to, and they're trying to make this individual the leader of our reparations. Me and you have spoke about how we can go to the UN, we can go to these embassies and get her ass up out of here. Please enlighten everybody and chop it up with the family and let us know your take on the situation.
Well, there's a thing in terms of there are international human rights standards and conventions that everybody's supposed to respect. We could, under literally genocide isn't always just killing people. Genocide can include attacking things that belong to people culturally. Do you follow? There are all of these things. There are different protocols in human, social, and cultural rights that are conventions that many countries recognize. And let me look the names up because I forget some of that, but I think it's called the International Convention for Cultural and Social Rights. There's an International Convention for Political and Economic Rights. Under international law, this can't happen, but the problem that exists is that there are very few Black, in fact, I'm gonna say this, most Black lawyers, you guys are fucking selfish traitor niggas because we don't have representation in the courts or anywhere from a lot of Black lawyers that run around with nice clothes, and they're fucked up individuals. They don't serve. I want to say that when Charles Hamilton Houston was my family's practitioner until he died. Back in the day, what's his name? Dr. Charles Drew was my family doctor. There used to be a time when Blacks in the professions were available to their people. Now they don't give a fuck and they let us get decimated. We need people that know international laws, international treaties and conventions. The African Union is out of order, but the educational levels, and I'm going to have to say this, we have huge numbers of Black Americans who don't read or can't read and write. They're not engaged in the psychological, mental, intellectual struggle for the liberation of our people. As a result, common sense things, all you guys need to do is go to Google and go to the United Nations and look up international human rights conventions. There is a convention that would protect us from this. And the African Union, if they got called on it, and if we had people, look, I'm a broke Negro. I had to stop and cook for my mom who's got cancer, right? So that's why I disappeared. Then Twitter took over. Some of us don't have the means, but we have the knowledge. If some of us came together, we could bust them. We could even call for the European Union, which funds the African Union, to not give those fuckers money. Even if we did it, it would scare the shit out of them because they're beggars. They're beggars with all their resources. We could make them do it. And not only that, we could go to, actually, this sounds funny, but if the right ones of us, this sounds crazy, but we have to do crazy shit. We could go to Republicans who don't like the African Union because they're black and have them censor the African Union, not because they like us, but they want to spike the African Union because they suck China's dick. We have to learn how to play. I mean, I'm sorry, I grew up with rednecks and crackers. I grew up with very hateful white people. And I know what it's like to hear about how white people are going to kill us all one day. I mean, this is stuff I've been hearing since I'm like 3-4 years old. And you recognize that you're at risk and you learn how to fight intelligently and savagely with a straight face. This kind of dispassionate discourse, we need to sit down. You got these people like this brother, what's his name, Arthur, with the Freedmen. There are different people out here who've got skill sets. We need to get with these people, form committees, and trust me, if we went through, they would pull that out. You know why? Because Black Americans could start talking about, we're going to boycott Chinese goods for them backing the African Union that's fucking us. We don't think, this is the thing I hate about Black Americans. We kill at least 10,000 of each other each year through crime. We don't kill 20 racist officers. We don't kill 10 whites. Nobody that's trying to kill us has to worry about us. It's time for us to declare war on people who hate us. Black people in the Civil War era, these people declared war on slavery and racism. Many of them paid with their lives. These days, all we have to do is give up some leisure time. Give up a few dollars. Hang around some people that read. A lot of us have friends have never looked in a book in 30 years. They have contempt for us if we do read. If you do go to school, people start talking to me when I finish high school, as if I was too good. I mean, we were in class together. What changed? Our anti-intellectualism is the greatest weapon of our subordination, alongside our self-hatred. So if we were to go and just look at the UN, in fact, let me start looking. We could check that as well. What she's trying to do is fraudulent. If she has U.S. citizenship under United States Citizen Investigative Service, if someone engages in fraud, they can be stripped of their American citizenship. If she's a citizen of the United States and Nigerian, we can work to have her stripped of her citizenship for this. If she's in Nigeria, there's got to be a protocol for fraud and for international crimes and how it's handled in the African Union. We could bring charges for whoever introduced this. I can assure you this came out of the Nigerian shop. They're the most aggressive, dishonest people on the continent. And the thing that's criminal is that the African Union does not allow any members that are not continental African. So how the fuck can someone that doesn't recognize us as co-equal members have someone that represents something that's off the African continent? It's outside of their own charter. But you know what? Most of us don't read, they don't know, we don't talk. I mean, we can insult people about being booty scratchers. And of course, You have resins and liquid stool in your ass that itches, and you do pick your booty. But we need to be deeper in what it is that we need to know to check people that hate us or that try to exploit us. We're guilty of being shallow. So it could be done. Let me look and see if I can find it. I think it's called the International Convention. Come on, y'all. Everybody go to Google that can. I'm going to show you how easy this stuff is. And by the way, these laws, these conventions that are binding, many of these have not been ratified by the United States, and the Africans know it. The Africans use America's refusal to give us the full human rights to the international standards as a means to steal from us. They should be pushing for us to have it, but instead are using it as a means to steal from us. The same way when they come here and they steal from us because we don't have human and civil rights in this country. Now, let me see. It's called the International Convention. There's several of these. One is called ICERD. I and the letter I, C as in coochie, E as in erection, R as in retarded, D as in dick. Now I know you can remember it. ICERD. International Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. It was enacted, I believe, between the 60s and early 70s. And in fact, it laid the foundation because they were having these discussions in the late 50s. This so-called civil rights movement that you think Martin Luther King with his pants unzipped and folk getting beat on Edmund Pettus Bridge and water hoses and dogs is the reason America did some cosmetic changes. In reality, it was the international arena where laws were changing, and America is a laggard nation in terms of human rights, in particular with the express relationship to Black Americans, which is why I always tell people to look at the book by the woman that's at the college in Emory University. The book is called Eyes Off the Prize, and it shows how other nations recognize the United States was engaged in soft genocide against Black Americans. The whole civil rights establishment in this country is funded because it will not fight for what it is that we need. That's the NAACP, that's the Urban League, all of them that in the civil rights establishment are against doing what we need. That's how they get funded. That's why they give money. That's why when the NAACP is discussed on television, they call it the Venerable Civil Rights Organization, because it's not going to do what we need. ICERD is one. Raise your hands if you were able to find the International Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. They do not teach you this. They don't talk about this Black History Month. They keep talking about Martin Luther King. If you wonder why Malcolm X was so dangerous, it's because he was going to hook us into this. That's ICERD is one. The other one is International Convention. Hold on, let me dig for it. Forgive me. I want to make certain I give you the right name. International Convention. Type it in with me, y'all, because we're going to do this like a class. For civil, yes, there's an International Convention for Civil and Political Rights. I repeat, the International Convention for Civil and Political Rights. There's another International Convention for Social and I think it's Social and Cultural Rights. Yes, it's called the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Let me read some of this to you. It's not my imagination. This was adopted by the UN on the 16th of December, 1966. The states parties present to the covenant, considering that in accordance with the principles proclaimed in the Charter of the United Nations, recognition of the inherent dignity and of equal and unalienable rights of all by members of the human family as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Recognizing these rights derived from the inherent dignity of the human person, recognizing that in accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the idea of free human beings enjoying freedom from fear and want can only be achieved if the conditions are created whereby everyone may enjoy his economic, social, and cultural rights, as well as his civil and political rights. The tethers are against you having this, and so is the boule, and so are the ignorant black lawyers and civil rights people who only want you to know domestic law, in which they won't represent or protect you, and yet they hide this from you as well. This is why if you see my posting on my Twitter stuff, a lot of my stuff is international. I don't do what these dumb fucks, so-called black leaders talking about Egypt and all this other shit when we're dying today. They had their fucking empire. We need ours now. We need our freedom now. We need armies now, farms now, cities now, freedom now, our motherfucking reparations now, and not what somebody had 5,000 years ago on another continent. We have the capacity to do it. It can't be done without a critical mass of people doing this work. So I'm telling you stuff, by the way, they don't let me teach in school, and I'm not that smart. And my mentor could not get a job with PhDs all over the world, but couldn't teach in America. This information is systematically being hid in clear sight of Black Americans, because I'm going to say it to you. Too many of us are twerking, drinking, smoking weed, fucking, wasting time, going to dumbass nigga churches like T.D. Jakes and that queer Jamal Bryant, and they don't read. They have made illiteracy normal. In this city of Washington, even around where people have high incomes, they don't read or they cannot read. And therefore, if you come from a culture of illiteracy or functional illiteracy, you don't like people that are literate. You're not in the world of ideas. So I know people who like to call me to tell me some shit they heard someone else said. And I had to ask this nigga, have you read anything? And they answer, no. Well, why the fuck are you talking to a PhD? If you don't read, it's not like I'm wearing it on my sleeve. But damn it, I spent years reading. You don't spend 5 minutes reading. What do we talk about? That's like a dude that's a eunuch talking to a nympho with the fans only page. You can't fuck, so why are we talking? Are you hearing me, brothers and sisters? The capacity to do this is right here. Some people in law school, I'm not a lawyer, but I know about this. Somebody knows a lawyer. A group of us could get together and start working on this. And I'll tell you something. There are enough of you in Georgia. We don't have the kind of representation in D.C. Even that crazy-ass Marjorie Taylor Greene, as racist as she is, wouldn't mind throwing a brick at the African Union. I don't care which way we get it. The tethers don't care. The white supremacists don't care. These Musis from other places don't care. The Hindus don't care. Why do we have to do it through one part or the other? We should do whatever we have to. Come on, when you're fighting someone in an alley, if you have a brick, a bottle, a stick, a pipe, man, if I had some dog do from a bag and threw it at someone if I'm in a fight, I would do whatever I have to do to win. Stop trying to be friends to people, and let's accept we have enemies and fight an enemy like an enemy fights you. Love anybody that loves you. Respect anyone that respects you. Don't mistreat anyone that doesn't mistreat you. And when someone tries to harm you, like these Africans are trying to do, you fight them as ruthlessly as you could. Trust me. If we started calling them out and calling for a travel ban on anybody in the African Union, that they can't travel to the United States for having put their name on this, a whole bunch of them will run because they're cowards. The only thing that they're not afraid to do is sell us to white people a second time. You can get white people to apologize for slavery and racism, and Africans act like what was the price of doing business, if you've ever talked to some of them. Let me keep reading this. I'm going to stop. I just want you to understand, and when we have these spaces, we let a lot of idiots talk. A lot of stupid people that don't read, that don't know anything are talking. If you notice, I was silent. I don't mind listening. You got something to say. If you're interested, like Eric Johnson, doesn't even have to be scholastic. If you got something interesting, at least it's humorous, say it. So listen again. whereby everyone may enjoy his economic, social, and cultural rights as well as his civil and political rights, considering the obligation of states under the Charter of the United Nations to promote universal respect and observance of human rights and freedoms, realizing that the individual having duties of other individuals to the community which he belongs is under responsibility to strive for the promotion and observance of the rights recognized in the present covenant. Agree upon the following principles. All people have the right to self-determination by virtue that right they freely determine their political status. If I want to say I'm a freedman, you can't call me an African-American, Jesse Jackass. And they freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development, which means reparations. All people may, from their own ends, freely dispose of the natural wealth and resources without prejudice to any obligations arising out of international economic cooperation. In other words, fuck the African Union. Based on the principle of mutual benefit, how can we benefit if it's all being taken from us? In fact, those African fuckers owe us reparations. How dare people who sold us get paid? That would be like the white slave owners being compensated for owning people. Are we going to let this happen again? Okay, mutual benefit and international law. In no case may a people be deprived of its own means of subsistence. Well, isn't that our motherfucking money? Don't we need it? Aren't our communities broke? Aren't our families broke? Aren't our businesses struggling? Our institutions struggling? This is our shit. The state parties to be present in the covenant, including those having the responsibility to the administration of non-governing and trust territories, shall promote the realization of the right of self-determination, and that shall respect the right in conformity with the provisions of the Charter of the United Nations. And it goes on and on. It is already law, international convention, and it's binding to our Constitution. It has been so for 59 years. But that little high yellow bastard named Hakeem Jeffries and people like that won't open, they'll open their ass but for enemies, but won't open their mouths for their own people. We have to do that. Black Americans must have a revolution against our race-baiting traitor boule, who are always pointing their fingers, saying the white man, the white man, the white man, when they're worse than any white people. They walk amongst us, they steal all the money, they snitch and inform the white man, at the same time take all the money when white folks try to pay out to make amends. When do we have a revolution against our traitors? Are y'all hearing me? Now, can I do my song because y'all made me mad? This is a law, and it is an international convention. There's even a convention. Do you know every time a black person gets shot by the police, it's a violation of an international convention? And that's why people don't get shot in other countries, because they respect that there are rules under which a law enforcement person can discharge a weapon. But none of your people and those NAACP queers here in DC and the legal defense and education fucks, because it's no fun, won't open their mouths around what is already established, sitting there for our benefit, that Ralph Bunche and other people gave everything for us to have, and it sits there. And people who will try to tell you, you think we're crazy because you haven't heard it anywhere. What, the same way they kept slaves stupid, it's the same way they, or should say, enslaved people were kept stupid, because certain people didn't want it. The people back in the 1800s were enslaved. Our people, with this information everywhere and people that could tell us that we don't talk to, we're the real slaves. The enslaved people are dead. The space age slaves are us. And slavery is a choice, and most of us have said yes through omission, and the boule through commission. Now let me do a song so I can calm down after I gave y'all all this bad news. May I do some music? Thank you. I'm going to go in the tradition of the Negro spiritual. I know you're detained. I know you're detained. I know you're detained. The folks in ICE have spoiled your game. I know you're detained. I know you're detained. Ooh, I know you're detained. The folks in ICE done spoiled your game. If you believe that you'll continue your scam, the folks in ICE done spoiled your game. Believe me, an ICE van's on its way. Folks at ICE spoiled your game. Hallelujah. Oh, glory.
Salute to you, Dr. Short. You need both those harmonies doing your harmonies. Then you can just come and just spit them bars. Salute to you, brother.
I usually help with that, but hey.
I'm sorry, I had to chime in. You know, I'm the Church of Black Power, but God dang it, I need to say amen to that.
Amen.
To be 100 with you.
Indeed. Amen.
Yes, that ICE done spoiled their game. Okay, instead of the angel sign my name, ICE done spoiled their game. You went to court and your documents and your visa was old. ICE done spoiled your game. That ICE ticket for you, the print was bold. ICE done spoiled your game. Tethergeddon is here.
Salute Dr. Short, man, on everything. I'm over here in tears, and oh man, I haven't laughed so hard in a while. That right there was it. The folks at ICE has spoiled your game. That's exactly what it is. But Dr. Short, I wanted to touch on something that you said, just a couple of things. I like the fact that you brought up that we should go to the Republicans if they really want to stick it to these folks at the AU or whatnot.
And we go everywhere. Anybody, we don't care. Look, if we have to go to the Chinese, you know that the Chinese could get this for us? The reason I'm saying this, and I'm no genius, okay? I mean, I flunked out 2 years the university. I'm nobody's genius, but I try hard. You know, I'm sort of like, you know, a Catholic priest trying to get a woman. You know, at least I may not know what I'm doing, but I'll try, right? Look, my mentor and them went to the Chinese in 1988, 89, when Rodney King got beaten. The Chinese put pressure on the United States for most favored nations trading status. This is what Trump is trying to overcome now.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, Dr. Short. I was having a very similar conversation with some of the people who's in my constitutional law class a few months back. And they were basically upset because, you know, Democrats were Democrats and they lost because they were Democrats. And one of the things that I was explaining to these folks is you guys got to remove your feelings from this situation. The Democrats have really got into a lot of people's minds and made people believe that this is all about feelings and emotions.
You know, can I say something? That the Democrats have gotten into their orifices. The Democrats pander to sexual confusion, trans, getting screwed in the behind, eating dookie, getting your penis and your breast and stuff cut off. They pander to the confusion, the sexual confusion and chaos. And they've made a dude getting his dick off radical. A woman getting her breast hacked off, that's radical progress. Really? So how the baby gonna drink? I mean, just the Democrats have offered people a bunch of vile, degenerate sludge. And they've made people so base until they feel like, what you mean? I can't kill a baby? What about feeding a baby? What about having a baby? What about raising a baby? What about being a mother? What about the support? What about childcare? real stuff. The Democrats have offered non-economic sexual deviance and license, pedophilia. That's what they're offering as something. The Romans called it bread and circuses. I call it head and circuses. Why not real money? I mean, you gave real money and real things to the illegals in this country that are killing and raping and grabbing children. They're getting health care, getting their teeth fixed, cars, motorcycles that break all the laws. They're getting stuff and they offer me some butt blocks. You can help me get my testicles removed. You can give a woman a penis that looks like bad kiblasa. That's progress. So that person you're arguing with, if they had lip gloss on, sit in the back of the class.
No, you're absolutely right. That's the thing. And this is what I have to explain. And every time someone tries to make it about Democrats or Republicans, I tell them like this. This isn't a popularity contest. And I'm not looking for the most popular group or the most popular party. This is all about one thing and one thing only, and it's business. And when you're talking about business, what is the catchphrase? When you're speaking about business, it's not personal. It's just business. And
something I want to say. The Republicans are probably more queer than the Democrats, but they're more interested in money. The Democrats, the elite Democrats, run after money, but they offer the other people confusion. But trust me, they're in the money too. So that's when I'm not trying to make one party holier than the other, because,
right, absolutely.
But you can go to Republicans on business. You can, even though it may be bad business. You might. The Democrats just on bullshit.
I agree with you there. As long as it's business and you benefit from it, you should be talking to whoever's willing to do business with you. I don't care if it's the Democrats. I don't care if it's the Republicans. I don't care if it's the Green Party. If they're coming to you and they're bringing you something that you will benefit from, and it better be something major, especially if it's the Democrats, because they owe us big time. But if they're coming to you and they're bringing a business deal, then we can talk. If there's no business deals, why are we talking? And then another thing that you were speaking about the the AU or whatnot. And I just wanted to speak on that real quick and say how disrespectful of these people. Because
look, they sold our asses.
They
sold us
of the 6th region or whatever. They sold
it's
us.
A
non-voting position.
Look,
so
they're the same way white people didn't let us vote. They're doing the same thing. Look, they're doing the same thing to us that the supremacists do here, and I call them the A screw. Okay, so in reality, I was saying this to another brother. I may have said it to Black Alpha. Haiti was not allowed to become part. The African Union only allows continental Africans. That includes white South Africans that don't like black South Africans ahead of the line. Arabs who own blacks in slavery in Mauritania are ahead of you and I. And that's where they've put us. And so fuck that deal and fuck them. And I don't care. And they don't really, look, they're not serious anytime the Chinese could give them a building full of bugs to monitor them. And I can say my cousin was the first United States ambassador to the African Union. His name is Michael Battle. The Battles of my maternal line on my father's side. That was my cousin for 8 years under Ofaga. They didn't do anything. I took him stuff saying, hey, look, they're killing people all over Africa with the drugs. I think then I didn't hear from him. The African Union, just like the United Nations has been bad for black people. Typically, it was bad for Congo. It's still bad for Congo. It was bad for Haiti.
Because China runs the UN.
Yeah, they do not. It's not. But we've got to use what
Hold on, real quick. We're not going to be cutting off Dr. Short. We're going to go ahead and let him speak his piece, and you got to stay off your mic, and then we'll come to you when it's your turn.
I just dropped the shirt. I dropped the ball. We ain't got time for that. Yeah, this ain't Pee-wee's Playhouse. This is real serious business. Go ahead, Dr. Short. Go ahead.
What I was saying earlier is that we have to learn and figure out The same way these people look at ways to hurt us with crack, abortion, pork chop feminism, promoting, putting our boys and girls in foster care so they'll get turned out, putting them in jail where they'll get raped. We have to find the pressure points in the people who are screwing us and fight them where they're weak. The problem with the Black American and Black Americans, let me just say this, Black Americans, forgive me, as a population, we're a bitch population. We deal in feelings, as the brother was saying. Other people deal in warfare and strategy. And yes, you're fighting someone. That's why if you hire one Latin and then they fire everybody Black, they only bring in Latin, you bring in one Nigerian, we're the only people that are running around doing kumbaya in a gladiator fight. It's stupid. And we're stupid and people think we're stupid. And they're right. And it doesn't matter how nice you are in a gladiator fight. What matters in the gladiator fight is if you come out alive. What matters in a gladiator fight is who is face down after the fighting is done. And this is the kind of talk that doesn't get given to us because part of fitting into American society is kissing ass. And there was a brother early on who asked about people coming to bother us around our color and race, right? And I wanted to say this. All you need to do is go back to the Chicago race riot of 1919. I would say that maybe Blacks they were no more than 3-5% of the population of Chicago. And organized white ethnic gangs came to mass kill Blacks in Chicago. And it was the Black people from the clubs, the bars, who fought back and beat off white mobs quite successfully. This is why Illinois to this day has one of the hardest and most severe gun suppression laws because a handful of Blacks that knew how to defend themselves fought off a larger number of whites and beat them. Okay. I'm going to say this, and I don't care who doesn't like it, and I'm not advocating violence against anyone. White racists are bullies. White racists are cowards. White racists they want to go in like the Israelis, the genocide, and the Gazans. They want to be able to mass kill Black people. They don't want to have a guerrilla war where you could get shot like someone else because white folk are phony about this. They got America on the cheap. If you look at Russia, I always put Russian stuff on my Twitter. The Battle of Stalingrad, the Russians may have lost 1.5 million people to fight the Germans. That's the fight for one city and one battle in World War II. Maybe 1 million or more died in Leningrad. White folk didn't lose 1 million lives taking America from the original people, getting Alaska. They didn't lose 500,000. They didn't lose 250,000. They didn't lose 100,000. They got this with very few lives were lost for this massive amount of land that they got. And their concept of warfare is, I shoot at you and you can't shoot at me and I win. Like them bombing the people in countries that don't have air defense systems and consider that that's great war. People don't even know that bombs are going to hit them because they don't have anything because the countries are backwards. They're used to fighting people who can't defend themselves. And our traitor Black elite have to have a mind to kill. You better have a mind to defend yourself by any means necessary. I'm not advocating that you go out and do anything to anyone, but you not allow someone to just take your life because of what you look like. That's insane. That's stupid. And so if Chicago is instructive, gun control comes from a few Black people in Illinois saying, you're not going to just burn our houses down and kill us. If these people, the Oath Keepers, where were these white, militant, trash-talking folks who can murder old Black people in the church, but they didn't go after the Venezuelans that were here? Why? Because the Venezuelans will come and kill your family. They won't talk about Dr. King and the beloved community. They're violent. They're ruthless. They'll kill women. They'll kill men. They're not like Black folks that'll have a march when it happens. We send a message that we will be and can be at all times fucked by people who hate us. That's our fault.
No, family, you speaking nothing but facts. We got our sister Nikki in the building. How you doing, my sister?
I'm doing great. I'm going to let Dr. Short finish. I came up just to support, so we're going to just let him finish cooking. Thank you very much.
But Dr. Short, were you finished? I saw you went on mute.
Yeah, I went on mute. I was done. I don't want to talk the whole time. Hi, Sister Nikki. Hi, Sister Brooke. Hi, Sister Miriam. Oh, I feel like doing another song. Can I?
Go, by all means.
Okay, good. I'm going to do this. You know, I'm doing a show tomorrow with Jaguar, right? And we'll be doing the thing on Zoom. I'll send that to Brother Black Alpha, but this is my dedication. I'll do some of it. Get ready, y'all. This is funny. Illegals. MAGA won and you gotta go home. Illegals. MAGA won and you gotta go home. Let me go on this. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. Okay. You're drug pushing and running guns. MAGA won and you gotta go home, right? You're stealing benefits, you think we're dumb. MAGA won and you gotta go home. Hey, Mr. Migrant Man, your ass ain't no vagina. MAGA won and you gotta go home.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, man, I can't do it. I can't do it. That right there.
Only when you're rocking with the Black Alpha Network, everybody. Only when you're rocking with Black Alpha. Sister Nikki, you know a space ain't a space without you, my beloved sister. The floor is yours.
Very sorry, I took a sip out of my drink. I just came in to say peace to the space, great space, Black Alpha, the Church of B1, Dr. Short, Eric Johnson, Miriam, everyone in here. I don't see her. Sister Couture, I don't know if she's still in here or not. I don't see her anymore. But I just wanted to say great space. As far as what we're talking about, I've been talking about the boycott. I already said that one day was not good enough. So hopefully everybody will stay on code and continue to boycott not just the braiding shops, but anybody who is of our lineage, who is taking money out of the pockets of the people who build this land. We need to keep this boycott going with no end date. We need to make sure that they are not comfortable operating in our neighborhoods, in our cities, that we don't make it easy for them to keep their credentials. If they are serving us food that is poisoning us, this is a public health issue with these Asian restaurants serving us food that's not healthy, serving us rats and squirrels and whatever it is. Some of them are caught pairing food outside in the back, in the alley, and storing food outside. People are getting sick. And then we also have people who are just bringing disease into the country. So we need to boycott just because there's a public health emergency with these people coming into the country. They're not being screened. So do everything possible. We're not just going to withhold services. We want to make sure that we don't make it easy for them to operate in our neighborhoods, even if we have to call the health department on people who are operating in unhealthy restaurants and serving it to our beautiful foundational Black American family. We are such a good people. We deserve to eat healthy food. We deserve to be treated with respect. So love yourself so much that you'll say enough is enough and make that boycott about more than just withholding services. Make it not easy for them to operate in our communities and our land.
Appreciate that, my good sister. Let me say this. Everybody send a certified salute to Nikki. Everybody send a certified salute to Nikki, because our sister deserves every single last one of them. And you know, I always got your back, my good sister. So shout out to you and all the work you've been doing and always holding things down, sister. You know, it's 24/7, 365. Appreciate you. My sister made a great point, and I want to add on. And Nikki, you always come in here and say a good point that I got to add on to. Damn, it's just like you throwing me alley-oops and shit. It's perfect. It's like Kobe and Shaq. Keep doing your thing, my good sister. What I want to say, what our sister just said, is you got to love yourself, okay? For all the people out there tap dancing with delineation and all that, and they tap dancing with gatekeeping, just put it this way. Take the love that you got for being a foundational Black American, you put that towards delineation. Simple as that. And if you don't have that same matching energy, then you ain't really on the right page and on code any goddamn way, okay? So it's got to be a love thing. It ain't about nothing else. It's about holding down the inside. It's about holding down what's yours. It's about holding down everything that's on the same exact time. That's the way we do it. Now, on top of everything that's going on right now with Tethergeddon, shout out to Dr. Short for that. And you got all these tether tariffs that are going on right now. I have to ask this question, Dr. Short, because a lot of people don't know that that Queen of Tua lady that was placed in this position of the 6th region from the African Union, she was put in that position by a person by the name of Barack Obama, with the emphasis on Ho. Barack Obama gave her the Lifetime Achievement Award a few years ago, which I believe was all in conjunction, because everybody remember, Barack Obama was the first tether president, and I believe that this was all in conjunction with putting her in position to coincide with the eventual tether takeover that the Democrats were trying to institute, which, if you look at it now, has been shut down by FBA. Shout out to us. But Barack Obama is the one who put her in position to give her a Lifetime Achievement Award. And a lot of people also don't know that she's back in Atlanta writing laws, okay, that are being picked up by Democrats. This woman is not in any political position. She hasn't won anything, but she's authoring laws that are to specifically, by their own statements, that are to uplift African immigrants who are coming in to Atlanta. Dr. Short, how do we handle that, going back to what you said about strategically pinpointing, bringing down these operations that they've been trying to facilitate? How do we bring that down? And please roast Barack Obama in the process, and I'm here for it. And if you drop another song, I'm double here for that, my brother.
Well, I like Ofaga. I like it. It sounds better, and it's more offensive. A lot of hoes are nice people. Anyway, that's number one. The thing I would say, first and foremost, is that we're not playing politics right. All we have to do is get a bunch of people to write letters to Donald Trump and other people and thank him for protecting us from illegals. Black people have not shown their appreciation for Donald Trump in this area, not in a real demonstrative way. This guy, he's a narcissist. He loves being praised. Imagine if 100,000 emails went to the White House. In fact, all you have to do is get 100,000 people to write them about an issue, and we say we don't want these illegals replacing us. It would happen. We have the capacity. It's not being used. We're used to only talk to the Democrats that will do nothing, and we don't talk to the Republicans at all. We have to use 2026 to say that we're willing to block the blue wave that they anticipate if they protect us from this illegal erasure. And watch him say, I heard from a good group. This is a guy, he's in Georgia, very smart guy, named Black Alpha, I think is his screen name. And he's got all these very great Black Americans who came to me talking about the people, from the shithole countries. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, that they need to be protected, and I'm going to do it. just typically they like me. They reached out to me. They called me and said, President Trump, our community stands with you in protecting the borders, doing something about the fentanyl on the street. They're tired of the people that can't drive. They want their kids to get summer jobs and not have to compete with pedophiles from Venezuela. They're right. I agree with them. They're American citizens. They should be protected. And I know that the Congressional Black Caucus, they're the Democrats. They don't really care about their people. And I'm just telling you, that's what he would do. On top of that, we could attack Obama. I'm angry because black people don't call that bitch ass nigger out. Now, he's done more stuff outside the closet than RuPaul, except go to a drag race. And he's so afflicted, he probably can't walk in high heels. That's probably the only reason he doesn't wear pumps. Okay, we should rebel against these people. And something that Sister Nikki said, I want to respond to. We need to get these people, and there's a new word, that's what it was. I have a new word I want to introduce to the Black American language. You know how you use the word dis? Well, I have a new word. It's ice and icing. Ice to ice is to protect your community by telling the truth. And icing is the action. It's a gerund of ice. So, icing. And I was thinking about that. I was upstairs with my mother listening to the song by Clara Ward and the Ward Singers, and they have the song Packing, Getting Ready to Go. It says packing up, getting ready to go. And I said, so icing up. Illegals got to go instead of packing up, getting ready to go. So I'm icing, yes, I'm icing. Whoa. Icing up. Illegals got to go. Illegals got to go. I'm icing up, illegals got to go. Right. Icing. Since snitching is scary. So, you tell them I'm going to ice up. I'm going to ice these people up, right? Like, fuck around and find out. We need to ice up. If you go by Home Depot and you see a whole bunch of people that look strange to you with shirts all off and shit, and they got like ugly pickup trucks, then you need to ice. Start icing. Y'all like that? I want to ice, man. And we out here icing, just driving around. Checking people's license plates. Do you know, if you go into an elite white neighborhood, they don't like you, they all check your friends' license plates and shit to see if someone did something. Whenever you see someone, you should just go into icing. We need to become the police of our own community. People who have no business being here must be made unwelcome. Why is it that we have colorism and hairism and eyeism and regionalism amongst ourselves, extreme, stupid Black prejudices, and yet we welcome people that molest our kids? They've got a lot of Black kids in foster care with the illegals getting paid, raping our kids, and there's no discussion of it. It doesn't even come up. Laquan McDonald, we know about the policeman, the white guy that shot him, but what about the Mexican family that was gangbanging this Black boy? Gang, sodomite, sex on this child. And none of them has gotten in trouble. Because we're easy to go after. If someone white does it, we get all upset. When someone Black does it, because we have solidarity with evil when we do it. Like white people have solidarity with their evil people, which is evil for us to be that way. Black murder on Black is wrong. White murder on Black is wrong. White murder on white is wrong. We got to change the way we think. And as long as we're stuck on people of color stupid, as long as I had to go off on my mother, nigga, don't you do this. You don't have to work with these people. You don't have to compete with them. You're living back in the 50s and shit. This thing, we have to drop the hammer and demand that this stuff stop. And we can put pressure, and we can get the president and the other people. We should write the Speaker of the House, find somebody that don't like illegals that we can go to, find someone that has an axe to grind with the African Union. There's got to be some white person in Congress who's on the payroll of a corporation that's been fucked by the African Union, that not because he gives a damn about us, but he's trying to get some corporate donor cash to screw them on our behalf. I was saying earlier, the Chinese were the ones that made Rodney King big. It was not Black Americans. It was the Iranians that made Trayvon Martin big, not Black Americans. We were late. The international community can be used. There are all kinds of strategies. We have to think and look further than the tips of our clitorises or our penises when we're looking for solutions. How hard is that? We're some of the best educated people in the world with college debt like my indebted ass. We have millions of Black degree holders. We have to really be stupid as shit. There's so many Blacks with degrees, and we're where we are. It isn't the lack of education. It's the lack of strategy and application of what we know.
Jesus Christ, Dr. Short. I'm just saying I had to take a step back because, like I said, every time you speak it, it's actual and it's factual. I want to take it back a little bit, just a little bit into something you said where you said, you know, we should be sending letters over to Trump. And this is something that I've mentioned in some spaces prior to this as well, that Trump has a very big ego. And if we play on that ego, 9 times out of the 10, we can get something out of Trump. And one of the things, and I love that Dr. Short, you did the impression so on point. I ain't heard it done so well. So I don't know if you practiced, but damn it, that was a good ass impression, Dr. Short. I got to let you know. But I also think, yes, we should be sending them a letter telling them that we don't want these people to erase us. And we would appreciate him to you know, take care of the situation. But I will also suggest that we give him an itemized list of things. Because as you were saying that there's some people that want to stick it to other people, I know for certain Trump wants to stick it to Kamala at least one more time. And one of the things that I have on my list, is asking Trump, hey, why don't you reinstate the Freedmen's Bureau, the Freedmen's Bank, under the guise of being specifically for foundational Black Americans and funded for Black-owned businesses? That's something I feel that not only would benefit America, but it would stick a craw in Kamala's lap because, you know, she wanted to reinstate the Freedmen's Bank, but she wanted to do it for all the illegals. She wanted to do it for all the Latinos. She wanted to bring in Indians and Africans in order to run that situation. So I'm in 100% agreement with you. I just feel like we need to add, just throw some things on the list and say, hey, if you can get some of these things done, we'll highly appreciate it. The Black community looks at you as a great figure in Black history. That would probably turn Trump's upside down. Don't you think, Doc?
I do. And Trump always likes undoing everybody that he doesn't like. This would be an easy deal. And this is something I thank God for Sister Miriam, Sister Nikki. What this media has done is they've made Black women the face of opposition to Trump. We need to change that where they can't get, in fact, it's driving the media crazy that we don't completely hate Trump. We have to shift that where whether the man likes us or not, whether he's a racist or not, you know, I don't care if people hate me. I care about whether I can sleep at night, whether our bills are paid, whether I have enough to eat, whether I got gas in the car. We need to get out of, I mean, we're not going to be in a hot tub, you know, exchanging pleasantries with Nazis and Klansmen. Nor should we want to be. You may get some psoriasis and shit from someone. Why can't we, like the people that want their all-white town, please have it, you know. Let people be who they are. I'm not asking anyone to love me. I don't need that. But I am saying that if you're in a position in which you can do something to affect good, or at least policies into which I live, that I get a good position, or I get something out of it. The Boule people, Roland Martin and all these other people have consistently done everything they could to estrange and make Trump angry so he won't do anything for black people as justification that we should vote Democratic. That's sort of like a family member. Let's say your dad is an idiot, but your favorite towards your dad, and your mom is trying to like make amends with you, and he blocks it because he wants you to hate your mom and deal with him even though he's an ass. This is what the Black Boule people have done. They have deliberately said, we're not going to allow black people to be free agents, to get what we need wherever we can get it from, although they do it. I just got a message from a sister in Chicago. You need to know that little bastard, the one in Atlanta, Jamal Bryant, him and other black pastors that are cursing and talking about Trump being a racist, at the same time are trying to get stuff out of the Trump administration behind closed doors, organizing boycotts and protests as a shakedown for them, for the few, all the while saying Trump won't give you anything, Trump did, and they get rich off of the payoffs that they get. This is what Sharpton's done, Jesse Jackass has done. It's time that we get rid of the middleman boule and the hoes. I mean, the sorry-ass women too, male and female, we don't like any of them. The Congressional Black Circus, all of them. The National Asshole Association of Confused People. We don't need them. We need something else. And it's left to us. By the way, all of those groups are with the Tethers. It's time for us to break off from them. The minute we start acting like an independent people, and I would add, if I mention you may need to get a firearm to protect yourself from a racist, you need to get some eggs and tomatoes. Some of y'all need to find out where these niggas go to church or where they're speaking and turn your back on them like they did Bloomberg. How come that only happens to white politicians or us? How come we don't do this to our traitor, no good scum, enemy, black Democrats? How come that Edward G. Robinson looking bitch, Karen Bass, isn't hit with a hail of tomatoes? Why is this stud mayor in D.C. popular? Why are they letting these people, this little confused mayor down in Texas, and Eric Johnson, his homoerotic ass? These people should be reviled in our community. We have the ability to ostracize, where their children want to jump off of a building because their parents are so hated. I will tell anyone, at one point in time, where you see maybe Usher or some of the other performers used to be Sammy Davis. Sammy Davis only needed to hug Richard Nixon from behind, and it looked like he pressed his face on the man's ass. When Richard Nixon had been kicking black folks around, and black people, long before Sammy Davis died, I think he died about 90, 91, somebody look it up. Sammy Davis had been dead to black people long before he died in the 90s when he hugged Richard Nixon. People stopped playing the records, the movies. It shocked Sammy Davis, who had marched with Dr. King and had raised money, but he crossed the line with black folks. We used to, and he was a black first. Now when someone's a black first, they have a right to literally genocide us to the pleasure of racists. I will say, well, he was the first black to get some white pussy at Yale or Harvard. Well, I guess I should go into the gas chamber. I mean, we're dumb. We're goofy as shit, people. And everybody sees it but us, even the Tethers. That's why they don't respect us. Because we're letting people screw us. These Africans who don't have leadership that do a fucking thing for them in Africa, but you know what? They deliver for each other here. Isn't that amazing? When they get to America, crooked, liar, grifter, African leaders hook each other up. But in America, we tolerate people sitting in Congress 40, 50 years and not doing a goddamn thing for us. And we're so happy that they're congressmen. We're fucking crazy.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Dr. Short. That's 100% true on that. Like, you know, before this era right here, you've had a lot of people just happy to have Maxine Waters in office. You had a lot of people just happy to have a black, quote unquote, person in office rather than having someone there to actually represent you. You know, this is, it's indicative. It's really just opposite, a complete 180 of what Barbara Jordan would go in there and speak about. You know, Barbara Jordan didn't give a damn. She would tell you how illegal immigration hurts the black community and how none of these people were owed.
And Barbara Jordan was a lesbian munching on a white woman. How come the black gays back in the day could stand for black people? And today's black gays, if they sucking a white dick or a white pussy, they act like they ain't black no more. What is it? The body fluids made you a different race? What, you ate some white poo-poo? Now you're not the same person? Your mother wasn't black no more? Are we crazy? You know, okay, and I thank you. Sammy Davis died in 1990, but he died to black people in the summer of 1972. We're stupid, or heterosexual black. Get some white pussy, and then you only help out your white in-laws, and you don't help your black. We got some sick ass, and we tolerate it if they have enough money, or they have enough. And there's so many black folks, they feel like they're black, ugly, and inferior. They're always clout chasing after worthless people, held up to us by people who hate us, and we don't see the game. We do see it, but we want to be recognized. Look, this is the United States of America, not the American Idol soundstage, black men and women. Everyone's not going to be a fucking star with the solo or gold records. In fact, that's not where the money is. Damn. Or a mega pastor.
I want to ask you one more question before we get to the Hands family. Doc, not even before, a little bit after Barack Obama, well, you're right. There's a lot of nice hoes out there.
Faggot.
You're right. But Fagmama or whatever, right in the time that he was
Faggot.
Faggot, there you go. Right in the time that even when he was in office, up until the time he was in office, the Democrats, they were fully against illegal immigration until after he got out of office. All of a sudden, because when he was in office, he was the deporter in chief, right? And the fact that after he got out of office, the Democrats started trying to use these same people as population fillers so that they can up their numbers, so that they can actually get more seats in Congress or get more seats in the House for the most part. Why do you think that became their gameplay rather than just going by the complete benign neglect situation that they were doing with us?
Well, two things. They already started this when they created the category Hispanic, and it accelerated under Obama. But also when black people, when they failed to conquer black people in 2012, there's an element of the black community that won't suck a Klansman's dick. A bunch will, most will, about 90% are going to suck a Klansman dick, even if it's got dookie on it. Or suck a Klanswoman's pussy even if it's got blood on it, especially if it's a black athlete. Just say that. Yes, I said it. And when the black people, the numbers of blacks that voted for Obama dropped, people knew. And then there's something else that happened. The Trayvon Martin thing blew up in 2012. They had their organization, I call it Black Lesbians Matter, that was supposed to be a rebranding of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which would align black people with the Democratic Party. And what you need to know, there's an email I have somewhere Did you guys know back in 2016, the blacks in the Democratic Party proclaimed the people from Black Lives Matter as the new leadership of the Black American community? So we were handed over to these people. This was done by the CBC and other people, picked these communistic sodomites, lesbians, and other people to make them our leaders. You have to understand, let me say this in more simple terms. Black America is a dictatorship, a dual dictatorship. It has a white dictatorship and a sub-black Boule dictatorship. We are completely undemocratic as a people. We do not have democratic institutions. The Black church is fascistic. The Greek letter organizations is fascistic. There's almost nothing that we have where a collective of people get to discuss what they want and it's pursued. We lack institutions that teach collective empowerment, collective uplift, collective protection. This is not done anymore. And it is at variance of the Black elite and the power centers of those people who are grabbing 90% of the wealth that comes to Black people, like it this way. So we do not have real represent. Think about it. You start looking at who represents you. A lot of people don't even know who's running. Someone else picks who. They don't come up through grassroots where you get that. We didn't know who Ofaga was. Well, I did. People never seen these people. They show up and all of a sudden you're told vote for them. You're told vote for Kamala Harris. Yes, she has turkey neck and she looks like she's given 1 billion blowjobs, but this is who they picked and you have to support her if you're for the Democrats and the Democrats who are Black people. And that's how it goes. At church, you can have the nastiest pedophile liar, but he's the bishop's son or the nephew, or he's someone's side piece or she's someone's side piece, like T.D. Jakes' whore-ass daughter. I mean, who's going to make that bitch a pastor? But that's who the pastor is, because a group of people. So we live under complete fascism. We do not have any kind of democracy or popular participation in anything except for when it comes down to buying music from artists. And even that, the music that we get to hear on the radio since the payola scandal of 1960, for 66 years, they made it very difficult for the people to even hear the music that they want. Or you have Clear Channel, where a bunch of ugly, fat white dudes with bellies and plaid jackets decide what music people can listen to. We don't have any kind of freedom on any kind of level, and it's collective. And so we'll say our problem is healthcare. In reality, we are not free. We've never been fully free as a people. And we go after, it's like treating symptoms. Like people had to learn that, you know, I'm not saying it's such a good example, but pneumonia has multiple symptoms. But you can treat a symptom and not treat a disease. You have to know what the disease is. The disease is we are not free. And there are many systems of enslavement, mental, economic, political, social, cultural. And many of these are manned by people that look like us. Therefore, when these people who have the dictatorship over us recognized that not everybody was on the plantation that was there in 2008, they needed to shift in 2016 to the illegals because of the outrage towards the Obama administration not delivering. They recognized that a significant number of Black folks did not vote in 2008. More didn't vote in 2012. And that number of Blacks who are refusing to vote Democratic has been going up every election cycle. So they have to find new people to make these rigged, fucked up elections seem credible. Since they can't use us, then use these illegals who the elite want anyway. They want us to replace the same people that have all the wealth in this country are the same people that owned our ancestors. And they're in a mission. There are two nations in this country. There's the Anglo-American nation that held people as slaves. And then you have the people who are freedmen, who have fought to get their freedom and they will do anything to maintain a caste system. And within a caste system, you've got subcaste, the boule, and in every country in Africa, the Caribbean, where you had this white supremacist system, you had a huge number of compromised people who work alongside to keep people down. Every other people know that you must wage war on your traitors before you can even begin to pursue freedom. We're the only people that go after the most obvious target, which is the most powerful people, when in reality, when you're a boxer, you go from like bantamweight, welterweight to heavyweight. We want to fight the world champion first time out. We need to show confidence that we can beat someone's ass and make someone do what we want as we get a reputation of serious people that don't take shit. We don't do that because that's when you start finding out how enmeshed the Divine Nine, the Masons, and all the other little crooked elements within our community that work for our subordination. Having said that, there's an element of people like me who don't, I got the education. I could be with people fucking over black folks. I could have got fucked in the ass. Well, I wasn't going to do that shit. I could have joined that shit. The opportunity was offered. I don't fucking want it. I hate it. I don't like them. I'd rather be around Black Alpha and Sister Miriam. I'd rather live in a regular house than be in a gated community with people who hate our guts, that are traitors to us, our ancestors, and to God. Keep the fucking money in this so-called black success that's treason against what we've been fighting for hundreds of years. There are enough people like me, we scare the shit out of them because they didn't buy us. They can't buy us. And what they saw is a greater number of people turn against Obama with the most powerful media system in the world couldn't make people believe Ofaga after 2012. So they had to find another group of suckers. And they came in with the migrants, people who think that everything is free. When if you go to Africa, you have to pay a bribe everywhere. Bribe to pay the back, a bribe to use the restroom, a bribe to be on the road. Everything is a fucking bribe in these countries. Nothing is free overseas. Travel. So how you get here and everything's free in America and you got homeless people? So they get these suckers who thought that they were always going to be able to game the system. And now there's Tethergeddon. Obama thought, and they thought that Ofaga was going to be the John Kennedy of black people, that we would have, well, whites had Camelot, we had Fagalot, and that this Fagalot with Manshell and Ofaga would consistently get black people to vote Democratic, and the shit fell apart. And Black Lives Matter, and I helped destroy that shit. I'm so proud. Fuck them. This is why I have problems with social media, because they're aligned with the tech people. Fuck them. That's why you'll have problems. A handful of us fought them and we wrecked Black Lives Matter. And I'll do that shit all over again if I could. And I know because Black Lives Matter came to a screening of the film Black, White, and Blue. And the people from Black Lives Matter came and told Curtis Schoon that Dr. Randy Short is an enemy. He's been trying to destroy Black Lives Matter. And I was in the audience that says, you damn right I tried to. So people say, I don't care. I don't like you fucking studs. They lost control over a critical mass of us. And they've been in panic mode ever since. And so they had to bring in these people who are learning, thanks to Tethergeddon, that you're not white. A lot of people that thought they were honorary white came from Latin America, where they have mestizo or whatever, the little mixture stuff, where they're basically, if you're any part white, you're all white. It's just the opposite. You have the one drop rule in America makes you black. In Latin America, one drop of white blood makes you not black. One drop of white blood makes you non-black in Latin America. And then one drop of black blood makes you all the way black in America. They're coming here and getting profiled and shit, which is very healthy and good for them to find out who the hell they are. No, you didn't come from Spain and shit. And by the way, I'm related to King Ferdinand. I mean, genealogy is a bitch, y'all, if you really get into it. So I'm more descended from the people in Spain than these fuckers here speaking in Spanish. And that's crazy. I mean, I don't know how it's crazy how life is. So this is why these people are useful. They're also called replacement peoples. This is a genocidal project. And by the way, we could be challenging this because there's a convention against genocide that President Clinton signed in the 90s. You're not supposed to replace another population with another. They started using this under Obama, right? And they did this with Biden, and it's Obama's people. This is an act of genocide we've been facing. But you know what? People don't say it. People like me get shadow banned. You wonder why they don't want you here for me? And I can prove it. Let's look up the International Convention on Genocide. Let's do this for a second. Just so you understand, I'm not pulling this out my ass. I'm not trying to impress you. I'm not even that good in international human rights. I barely know anything. Let's look up the Convention on Genocide. All right, guys. International Convention on Genocide. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, International Convention on Genocide. Mm-hmm. Genocide Convention, okay? Let me see. What are the 5 criteria for genocide? Okay, listen to this. Genocide as any of 5 acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. These 5 acts include killing members of the group, causing them serious bodily or mental harm, destroying our identity, causing us to have mental health problems, closing down our schools, giving other people jobs when our veterans don't have, so forth. This shit's causing mental health meltdowns in our community. The rate of suicide for Black young men has gone through the ceiling in this country. That's an act of genocide, people. Imposing living conditions intended to destroy a group, where you eliminate Section 8 for Blacks and you give it to illegals. You give them something better than Section 8. That's 5. And if you start looking at this, we're the victims of genocide under the international law. Not Randy's opinion. And if anybody white's listening, read the shit yourself, jackass. This ain't my opinion. This is the shit that they wrote down that the United States signed. And you're not supposed to do things. Replacement people. You're not supposed to have population control projects like Planned Parenthood. It is illegal for those things to be in our communities all over the country, and yet nobody says anything. We have human rights that are not defended because they've been funding civil rights as a ploy against human rights. They've been doing this for 79 years, actually 80 years. Read the book Eyes Off the Prize. Forgive me, I'm not remembering. Carol Anderson. She's at Emory University. One of the brightest Black women in the world is Dr. Carol Anderson. We got some Black women on top of it. There's more to a woman than her bosom and her vagina. We got some sharp cookies out here. And I would tell everybody, Carol Anderson. Carol Anderson. You talk about Claude Anderson, you need to know about Carol Anderson. One of the greatest. And she's at a white school getting paid. White people know and Blacks don't. It's amazing how hard it is to get Black people to read and think. You get folk who are producing the material and the tools to protect us, and we don't even fucking pick up the books and read it. They end up having to work with and around white in order to survive. And this is partially the Boulet's crime. Okay, definition of genocide. Listen to this. Article 2 of this Convention on Genocide says, any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious groups, such as killing members of the group. This is police slayings. Killing Black men in prison. Right? Causing serious bodily or harm to members of the group. Supermax prison. Sensory deprivation. deliberately inflicting group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, and whole in part, high fructose corn syrup. What's this stuff in the water? Help me. Fluoride in the water that is absorbed at twice the rate of Black people. The improper processing of poultry, which is a key protein in our diet. Renal failure is caused by the consumption of chicken. Did you know that? You're looking at a renal failure survivor who had to take chicken out of my diet for me to not have renal failure. Everybody knows Black people eat chicken, so you poison it. It's like the blankets, fools. They killed our ancestors with blankets, they kill us with chicken. Destruction, whole or part. Imposing measures.
Chicken at one of those Asian restaurants?
Wherever. It's chicken, period. It's filthy. They won't clean the plants. They won't do anything. They know that the fluoride contributes to cancer, toxicity, renal failure, bones, all kinds of poisons. It damages people's minds. The fluoride combines with lead. It leads to people having problems with hypertension and being more violent. Also, lead from gasoline goes into the soil. It's resuspended. You wonder why there's so much violence in our communities in the summer. It's because lead is in the air. It makes people mad. They know it, and they won't do anything. In fact, Congress had to bully the dyke mayor of this city to do something about lead poisoning. Do you know that they put poisonous lead paint in the public housing where Blacks were to mess them up and covered it up? Here, they knocked all the places down to hide the crime, right here in Washington, D.C. Last two. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, killing Black women while delivering babies, denying maternal care, denying daycare, denying leave from work to take care of a child, promoting birth control, pushing Depo-Provera, which is killing Black women. They know this. It causes suicidality and everything else. They know this. And when we went, and the Congressional Black Caucus, that bitch-ass Congressman Lacey Clay that just died, lied to us that we could do a presentation up at the Capitol and let the police come at us with guns. Oh my God, if I tell you about the Boule, I'm not even that involved. You halfway try to do something for your people, and you find yourself attacked by people who are supposed to be for you. We fit the category of genocide. We can get just about anything the hell we want if we started talking the right way. But these certain people are Black first, and these other people who are getting paid don't talk about it, even though they know about it. This person mentioned they got us grilling with aluminum. Don't they know that aluminum contributes to dementia? That there are all kinds of things. They know that white sugar is deadly, and they push it and they put it in everything and don't put it. There are excitotoxins, and there's certain things. They give drugs that they know do not work on Blacks like they do on others, and they give it to people. We're constantly being destroyed, and no one, and particularly the little omega psi 5 bitches that are in the National Medical Association, some of the Greek letter organizations like the Deltas and the AKAs dominate public education. That's why Black kids can't read. You got those dykes running the schools. Got those strange, moist Negroes running health. Our people being destroyed from within. It's time to rebel against the Boule, kick out the foreign invaders, and deal with our inside traitors. I'm going to have to stop because I got to check on my mother, y'all.
No problem, Dr. Short. You've been cooking for a minute. I'm going to have to send you an apron. You know, I still got to send Brother Alpha an apron. There's a few people that need aprons because when you get behind that goddamn stove or get in front of that stove, y'all start cooking like a mother. But I just want to touch on one thing, and I'm going to toss it back to my brother Alpha before we get to the hands. My brother was talking about literally we need to cut off the Boule. Family, I put inside of the Purple Pill an article that I read some time ago. It came out like in January earlier this year. And it's literally entitled, "It's Time for Congress to Ban Fraternities and Sororities." I've been saying this for a long time now. There should never be a situation where people who are in a closed group decides what the rest of us do. Period. We are all people who can decide and control our own dang futures. They're trying to take that away from us. It's the very same thing when I was speaking about the AU and them giving us position in the 6th region, but they took away the right to vote in that position. So what the hell are we even doing there? All you're doing is using us in order to further yourself. And that's what these people in the Boule and all of these fraternities and sororities and all of that, they do. And a lot of the sororities, and my sister, I appreciate each one of my sisters that gave me this information. A lot of these sororities are trying to turn your children into some lesbos. This is just what it is. They will sit here and practice or preach a feminist ideology within these groups. And then while they got you hating men, all they got to do is take you and get you drunk, and now they're trying to lick up on you. Take you and get you drunk, and now they want to rub on your booty or rub on your boobs and say, oh, it's not gay because, we're women. This is something I've been calling out for some years now. So I truly appreciate you saying what you said, Dr. Short, because honestly, it needs to be called out, and it needs to be called out at the levels to where these people are. Because these people that are at the top, please understand, they were at the bottom at some point, and they were doing the same thing as these other sororities, trying to flip out another girl. Then they got to the middle, and they did the same thing to another girl. Or if not, took these girls to different fraternity parties and then trick them out, get them drunk, and then, do whatever, or have their homeboy do whatever. There are so many horror stories that comes out of these fraternities and sororities. And with me being on like a HBCU college campus, I'm glad that there's a lot of Black sisters who are comfortable enough with me to give me that information and say, no, really, I'm not in support of sororities or fraternities at all. So you know that 100%, Dr. Short.
You know that the AKAs were started by a lesbian, right? Lucy Diggs was a stud who had 2 women, a light-skinned and dark-skinned one. So at least she wasn't a colorist. Fact. I don't care. I mean, I call the bitch out. I don't care. Her house is near where I live. I don't give a fuck. We need to tell the truth about this shit.
I'm with you 100-fold, Dr. Short. We need to not only tell the truth, but we need to tell the truth with our whole damn chest and stop acting like we're too afraid to speak what it is, rather than going. What I can't stand is there's a lot of people that's too afraid to speak what's happening in our communities, but they have no problem sitting there basically telling a lie or living in someone else's psychoses and then telling us that we should live there with them, like the trans agenda and all this other stuff, like the Tethergeddon situation. Oh, these people aren't here to take nothing from you. They've never taken any jobs. They're not fighting against your reparations, when we literally have instances in 4K on camera of these people doing such. So that's one thing, but I also feel like it's a time where we need to start putting foot to ass, excuse my French, when it comes to anybody who's trying to support these people. You're just as much of an enemy as anybody else outside of the community who's pushing this nonsense. So 100-fold, I'm with you, Dr. Short. Much love to you. Black Alpha, you got something to say before we go to the hands, brother?
You already know, family. It's hard to follow all that foundational Black American excellence that we just heard. But let me go ahead and try to play my little part in it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you guys because you pointed it out. Whenever you're talking about the Democrats and you talk about tethers, is what we call the Tethercrats. Okay? And that's why you always see these people everywhere you go. But the Tethercrats, they got to deal with these tether terrorists, and they got to deal with Tethergeddon. So anytime you see tether right now, family, it's not good. Anytime you see a tether, they down bad. Nothing's working for these people in any element. I'm talking about in the whole society. You can go to the political world, they're being canceled out because now we're seeing these people that been running around here playing the we all black. And see, that's what we cancel and that's what we got out the paint, is that we all black stuff. All right. It's only foundational black Americans that matter. And everybody else is just a wannabe. All right. All melanin is not created equal. And that's another thing that we put on the table in the receipt that we've laid out. Now people understand that when you start talking about being us, there's only one. And there's a bunch of imposters. See, it used to be where the imposters would come around and they would try to weasel themselves in and blend themselves into what we're doing. Now, foundational black Americans, we stopping these people at the door. Hell, they're not even getting on the block, all right? We seeing these individuals way before they come because you got to be able to see the forest through the trees. You got to be able to predict and to forecast. So we've seen the play in which these tethers were going to do. We already said the way it was going to happen, and now we're running them all out the paint. It's a terrible day. And the fact that they don't have anything but desperation. That's very indicative of the course of events that we as foundational black Americans have put on the table. And when you talk about tethers, let me take this to another level. We're going to say some things that everybody's been wanting to say, but we just going to say it real boisterous and loud and proud. There used to be a time when you would have all these scam Africans and they would talk all that go back to Africa talk, right? Y'all notice that Pan-Africanism doesn't exist anywhere, okay? Let me tell you. Pan-Africanism does not exist in Africa, and the Black and Brown Coalition does not exist in Mexico. These one-sided organizations and groups that they always try to get foundational black Americans to be a part of, we just cut it off. I told everybody, we done pulled that tether plug out the wall, okay? And now they ain't got nowhere to go. But look at foundational black Americans, make your little 3,000 TikTok videos because you got them TikTok tethers as well, and none of that's landed. Now, I told y'all tethers can't land because they don't even own their own airport. So it's easy work. And they know right now, in this generation, the reparations generation, because we out here getting it for real, they know that there's no turning back. See, the youth, the next generation, they're going to grow up in an era where they understand who the ops are. See, they thought that they were just going to be ops of foundational black Americans and nobody was going to see them, all right? They thought they was going to be hidden tethers. Now, the next generation is going to come up and they're not going to fall for Mr. Mutombo. They're not going to fall for Mr. Lumbumba or Jorge or Romero or Pedro or Mr. Muhammad. All their asses is going to get exposed and called out. See, when we came up, there was still that notion of one big Africa. We all's one. And they were trying to put this jacket on us. And we found out that that jacket is extra tethered. And we don't wear an extra tether, okay? We were extra certified, and they all counterfeit. So now, the fact that these receipts are being put on the table, you're starting to see these young brothers and sisters coming up, and they're being very, very lineage-based, because everything you do got to be lineage-based, no matter what you say. Everywhere you move, the way you walk, the way you talk, all got to be lineage-based. See, they used to tell us to be unified with the world. And we realized, no, we just got to be unified with ourselves. They used to tell you to have solidarity with the world. Now we understand no solidarity is just with ourselves. You don't have unity with your whole neighborhood. You got unity with your household. Point blank, bottom line, period. So we
Brother
took
Black
everything that they
Alpha
were trying to give us and we put it back on them. Dr. Short, let me ask, I was going to get to you, Dr. Short, because you told me something about ICE, and I believe you said snitch and get rich.
Yes.
Ain't that what you told me, brother?
Yes, snitch and get rich.
Can you tell us about this? Because I'm hearing that there's been a hell of a lot of black Americans who are signing up for ICE, being employed by ICE, and getting the benefits from ICE. And I want you to tell everybody about that.
Well, there's a
color going home.
There's a $50,000 signing bonus for anyone that gets a job with ICE. $50,000. That's one. And then if you don't want to work for ICE full time, if you get there at 800, I think it's an 866 number. I don't have it right in front of me. Just as I said, you can go icing. If you see people, all you have to do is snitch. The same way Karens follow and call the police on us all the time. There are a lot of black folks who've always wanted to be white. This is the one time in your life that you can have a white experience. You can literally be a white person. You can go around and report anybody that looks suspicious. Anybody in the house that looks suspicious, just fucking call ICE. And if those people are really, if they're there unlawfully, you're going to get a patriot reparations check. So there are people out here, that's become like a nice side hustle. A whole lot of us need extra income. The price of eggs and shit, lettuce $2. shit, snitching on somebody that used to pick the shit that shouldn't belong here. Damn. We got to get something out of this, right? So get paid. Get those jobs, apply. Why not us? Look at how they were letting illegals become police that have been killing our young men all over the country. It was an illegal type person that shot Philando Castillo, and they kill us, and they always call them white. It isn't fair. Latino cops beat and harass black men all over the country, in Los Angeles, and we only talk. I mean, I hate this whole black-white thing. These fuckers have demanded that Brown get some attention. Well, damn it, give it to him.
Absolutely. Positively. See, the thing that they don't like now, again, that's another one. They don't like that as well. That's another one-sided little coalition that they try to force in. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what the hell a lot of people was doing back in the days because everything was just wrong. You was with the wrong people, the wrong allies. You had the wrong belief system. Damn all that. Everything we're doing now is so focused, like our great brother just said right now. We know that they've been trying to get foundational Black Americans a part of all these little things, and none of that stuff is working. And I want everybody to just look at America now, and then you can just go back 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Damn, if you went back 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago, then you would definitely see the difference. These people were running around here on a high horse because they thought that they were going to be us, and that high horse is done. The saddle is over. It's a wrap. You ain't get that damn thing on out because we, as a lineage, and I'm talking about lineage, we as a lineage, we are more powerful than the whole damn globe. I said it. Because when you start talking about the system of supremacy, which we all know is a global system, foundational Black Americans outclass in terms of resisting supremacy more than every single continent combined. If I told you right now to find me anybody on the planet Earth that actually resists supremacy, which is global, like Black Americans, you wouldn't find none. It's only foundational Black Americans historically. Family, these people been running around. I know y'all been hearing it. Let me address this. Y'all been seeing all these damn Africans coming around here saying, you guys act like these supremacists. You have supremacist mentality. I said it before. Getting lectured about white supremacists from an African is like getting lectured about being sober from a meth addict. If there's anybody on the planet Earth that I am not listening to about white supremacy, it's an African. If I want to know what it's like to be colonized, then I'll talk to an African. If I want to know what it's like to do backstrokes and cake soap, I'll talk to an African. But I'll never talk to an African about resisting white supremacy. And let me make this clear about white supremacy in Africa. They talk about how everybody who came from Africa is an African, then I guess by their own logic, that makes white people African as well, too. Because remember this, family, Africa and Europe are neighbors. America and Africa are not neighbors. There's something called the Atlantic Ocean, big ocean, okay, which separates us. And we've been over here for years. And they've been right there making deals and hanging out with white folks for far beyond that. And everybody has to understand, when you talk about Africans' relationship with the white supremacists, white people didn't invade Africa. White folks were invited. The same way that the Arab was invited, the same way that the Asian is invited. So we looking at these people have smoke for FBA, but they don't never have smoke for each other. Same thing with Julio Romero Gonzalez Estrada. He got all this smoke for FBA, but he ain't got none for the white folks. No. So basically what we're dealing with is two things. You participate in anti-blackness, and then you just pretend it didn't happen. Or you get your head bust by the white man, and then you try to point the finger at FBA. In foundational Black Americans, we say, we ain't going for none of that. The jig is up, the game is over. Your weak con game of just talking and babbling and just throwing things against the wall, it isn't working. See, they thought that they were just going to babble forever, and they thought they were just going to say things that aren't true. They were one of them, I didn't mean what I just said, ass people. And foundational Black Americans called them bluff. And the fact that we called them bluff and we pulled their whole card, they tether whole card, now they're being exposed for the H to the Izzos without the D to the Izzays that they've really been the whole damn time. See, what we've done, family, we done lifted the veil and we done peeled back all the layers, and the layers have exposed these people as exactly that. Imposters and fraudulent and counterfeit that we've always been, and foundational Black Americans are certified all the time. And let me say this as well. Y'all don't listen to none of these people running around here trying to steal my shit. Now they run around here saying authentic Black Americans. Y'all know it's been certified FBA all damn day. Don't listen to these people now trying to remix our words, brothers and sisters. Y'all know that all all that certified foundational Black American freedom started right over here. So do not listen to none of these people now trying to say authentic Black Americans, because the person trying to tell you he's an authentic Black American is really just a counterfeit, and it's really just a damn tether. And there's no such thing as a 25% FBA or a 15% FBA. That's a 152% tether, probably from Zimbabwe, with a hairline that looks like it's about to jump off of his shoulder blades. All right. So the only thing that matters at this point are foundational Black Americans. Like Dr. Short was just saying a minute ago, Donald Trump is somebody that we can work with. How do you know? Because Donald Trump is out here echoing our sentiments and our statements. When Donald Trump goes and he says that Kamala Harris isn't Black, who did he get that from? When Kamala Harris is out here saying that she's one of us and she gets shut down by a lot of Republicans who are saying you're not really a Black American, who they get that from? Everybody's listening to our lineage. And a lot of people are upset is because when they come to the United States of America, they see the foundational Black Americans reign over them. So they want to tear us down. You got to remember, in Mexico, they don't treat the melanated Mexicans too well. And then when they come over here, they deal with some Black folks who ain't playing no games with them. That's a culture shock. All right. All we've been doing is elevating that culture shock. Same with Africans. When Africans are over in Africa and they have all of these tribal differences and they don't even like being melanated they damn self, when they get over here, they realize, well, the Black Americans is standing on business. See, they can't tell us that we are just like them when we are proud to be Black and they don't even like having a little bit of melanin. You understand? So the tribalistic backstabbing culture in which they have of trying to sink the ship and tear us down, we've been calling it out. And this is why you have to continue to regulate. We can have these conversations and we can discuss amongst ourselves, but I'm telling you right now, every few weeks, you got to G-check a tether just to make sure that you still got your talent and your skills, and you need to put it on display. Trust me, family. All the G-checking and calling these people out, breaking them down strategically, not engaging in debates, but just completely mopping the floor with them. You have to do that. And the reason why you have to do that is because by us doing that, do you understand the type of focus that we've seen and we've exposed the tactics of these tethers? A lot of the G-checking that we was doing in 2020 done paid dividends in 2025. Because now we know what it looks like. So brothers and sisters will not be fooled by those con game tactics. And like I tell everybody, you can't hustle the hustlers because we invented the hustle, because we got the muscle. That is the difference between foundational Black Americans and the whole damn world. We out here really pushing principle, and these folks is out here packing their bags about to go home. Now, I'm going to send it to church, and church, you can go ahead and spin it around to the hands, but this is an FBA family affair, and like I said before, and I'll say it again, FBA keep winning, and tethers keep swimming, and apparently they can't swim any further. Go ahead, my good brother.
All day, my good brother. I just wanted to touch on something you said real quick, because we could actually prove this. Our brother said that, well, the white man didn't really invade. Y'all was inviting him in. If y'all didn't notice, there was this guy from the Congo that came out and put out a videos calling FBA a bunch of cowards because he said that they don't want to take our resources and they're not giving nothing back to the community while disrespecting us and all this other stuff. So he started calling us cowards because of the fact that Donald Trump actually secured a resource mineral deal with the DR of Congo. But what he doesn't mention is the fact, and I'm going to put this in the purple pill right now as I'm speaking, what he don't mention is the fact that they went running to him. They came to America, begging Americans to help them with Rwanda. They offered an exclusive mineral deal. And so, you're mad at us for something that you could not do your damn self. You couldn't fight your battles. You're not there fighting your battles. You're over here. You're over here, and you're mad at the people over here because our government decided to take your government up on their offer to, have an exclusive mineral deal and garner peace. You folks love, and I'm talking directly to the tethers and the people overseas. This is to every African country, because I want you guys to understand something. I don't hate any African. I'm not tolerating no disrespect from no African, though. And we're going to keep this 100. You guys have the power and the resources under your feet to fight against the oppressor. You say the American government is the oppressor. You say the French government is the oppressor. You say the German government is the oppressor. But they only can oppress you because of the fact that you're giving up all your resources from up under your feet. They only can oppress you because instead of standing there and fighting for your country, you're fleeing to the country that you say colonized you. That doesn't work anywhere around the globe. So you cannot come to us and disrespect us because you have not kicked out all of the corrupt people in your goddamn government. Because you have not allowed, even if you say the CIA come into our countries and they convince us to do it, nobody told you to be convinced by the CIA. You chose to be convinced. You chose to listen to a group of people that's not even from your country so that you can be the tool to remove someone in your country that may do well for you. See, the one thing that I love about our brother Gaddafi, his people loved him so much that they had to go in and assassinate him and drop the bombs on Gaddafi. He did so much for his people that his people did not care what CIA agent came in and tried to sow some type of division between them because they knew what benefited them. And then you hear people like Hillary Clinton say, we came, we saw, we killed Gaddafi. That was only in that situation because of the fact that there was nobody really protecting Gaddafi. No matter how much his people loved him, there wasn't enough people protecting him. So to all my African family and friends who wants to be family and friends, you guys need to deal with your problems at home without calling in other people to deal with it for you. That's how you keep your minerals. That's how you keep your resources. That's how you be able to build your own goddamn airport. So as my brother Black Alpha just elegantly put it, you guys will be able to land a plane or two. And to the people in Ethiopia who we went over there and taught how to fly a plane, you should have no reason at all. But like I said, family, I just wanted to just put the sugar on top of that Sunday that our brother Black Alpha just dropped. That's a bit of knowledge that a lot of people do not understand. These people are inviting in their colonizer and then get mad when they get colonized. Let's go to our sister. Go ahead, brother.
Before we go to bed, I swear I wanted to get to the hands, family, and the way you was cooking, family, I was like, I got to get in on this little extra. And yes, that's what happens when you're real certified, man. People just want to continue to go with it. Shout out to my brother Church. Y'all follow my brother Church, by the way. And y'all make sure y'all follow him on YouTube. Checkmate. Yes, my brother, you just made a great point about how these people are out here and they're dealing with them. I want everybody to truly examine the relationship between Africans and Europeans, okay? See, this is what people didn't do back in the old days. They didn't really examine these folks' relationship. When you look at their relationship, it's no different than it is now. It's always been brown-nosing the Europeaner every time they see them or encountered them, okay? Let's make this clear. We know that they sold slaves to the Europeaner, right? We all understand that. But one thing that has not been talked about and examined enough is that when they sold the slaves to the Europeaner, family, that was hundreds of years before the scramble of Africa. So when they tell you that the scramble of Africa was something of the Europeaners invading them, well, how they invade you when you had already had hundreds of years of making deals with them? Hell, you sold your mama to him. So you sold your mama to somebody 300 years ago, and they ended up coming back and taking over your entire continent, and you want to play the game like you ain't see it coming? Or were you a willing participant in everything that they ever done to you? The same exact way you're a willing participant in being a puppet and a minion for white supremacy in the year 2025. You've always been up underneath them. I always say this, one of my mottos, and I want everybody to remember this. The African wants to be around the white Europeaner any way he can because he loves them. That is his affection. That is his fetish. He is obsessed and he desires being around the white Europeaner. How do you know this? Is because the white man is either going to be the colonizer in Africa or the African is going to be the immigrant in America, or France, or Italy, or Germany. It seems like everywhere I turn around, you are around the white man. And when you're around him, you're underneath his armpits. So either you invite him into your house, or you want to break into his house. Sounds like you just want to be next to him. That's what it sounds like. And when you really examine it and call it for what it is, then you understand these things. See, what they don't like, fam, is that in this generation, we're breaking it down and we're analyzing and we're observing and we're really seeing what it was. See, they used to talk about Pan-Africanism in the day and they'd be real quiet. And that's all they said. Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanism. But they didn't really do the details of it, because had you knew the details of it and had you really studied it, opposed to this very vague statement like we're all black and we all need to go back to Africa. See, that's what Pan-Africanism was in the 70s and the 80s. It was no more than just, hey, go back to Africa. Okay, well, what about y'all relationship? What about why y'all don't get along? What about how you sold your mama in the 1400s and then got colonized by the same person that you sold your mama to in the 1800s? Remember this, y'all. When we came out of slavery in 1860s, when we freed ourselves, they were getting colonized by the Europeaner in the 1860s, meaning the Civil War occurred the same exact time as the Berlin conferences. How many of y'all knew that? And if you know that, then I want you to understand how many other people really knew that. So it shows you they've always been underneath the dominant society. And they'll give you all the excuses, all the alibis, all the justifications. Bullshit. I'm going to give you the truth. You always want to be next to Karen, Chad, Brad, or Ken. And one of the reasons why they don't like foundational Black Americans is because they're upset that we have proximity to the dominant society and we don't give a damn. They're upset that we live next to the dominant society and we don't invite them to our cookouts, to our gatherings. Do you know how much that makes an African upset? Basically, if you see somebody with a Lamborghini or a Ferrari in their driveway and they never drove it, or somebody who had $1 million in their bank account and they never spent it, that's how Africans view us living next to white people. They view it as, how can you have that Ferrari, white people? How can you have that Lamborghini, white people? How can you have that $1 billion in the bank, white people, and you don't want nothing to do with it? They don't like the fact that foundational Black Americans don't want anything to do with white people, because they feel that if they were here, they would have everything to do with white people. That's why as soon as they step off the plane, the first thing they want to do is go find them a white person to date. It's all about proximity, family. It's not about finding a better home or running away from persecution. It's about running next to Brad. That's what it really is. Damn persecution. You want to be next to Karen. You want to be next to Becky. This is why Nigerians are on the internet right now and they're trying to scam 350-pound white women named Beth from Massachusetts. So even in the technology world, you want to be next to white folks. God damn, in your village, you want to be next to them. In your homeland, you want to be next to them. Your continent, over here on my continent, and even on the internet, you want to be next to white people. You need to get your white people obsession in check. They need to go see a tether therapist. They need to sit on that couch and tell the world why they're so obsessed with white individuals. And once you truly understand that, then you will truly understand why we ain't the same and why we ain't African, and why they ain't like us. And now we can move forward. And that's exactly what we've done in this generation. We move forward now because we have clinically broke down the way these people feel about the dominant society. And remember this, y'all. They view our resistance to white supremacy as a crime because they love white supremacy. Anybody who loves white supremacy, they hate foundational Black Americans because we resist white supremacy. So whenever we had the civil rights era, whenever we stood on business, the reparations era, Reconstruction, you name all the eras that we've had when we were resisting supremacy, anytime you see that, we see that as empowerment. They see that as a crime, because the one thing that Africans hate, as well as Haitians and Jamaicans and Mexicans and Puerto Ricans and pretty much everybody on the earth, one thing they hate is the fact that foundational Black Americans stand up against the people that they love so much. That is Brad, that is Chad, that is Karen, that is Ken, that is Jimbo, that's Billy Bob, and that's Jethro. Because they would want to be a human shield for them. And foundational Black Americans, we like David Wayne's, homie, don't play that. So there's the difference between us, there's the difference between the whole planet Earth, and there's the difference why foundational Black Americans are number one, and it's all about this lineage. And speaking of this lineage, I got to send it to the east side to my sister Miriam, because I know you about to cook, my sister. And then we will spin the hands and let everybody chop it up. But FBA all day, and when you certified all the time. Word to the wise from the #1 activist, Black Alpha. Go ahead, my sister.
#1 activist, you better believe it. Shout out to you. 3 times general salute. Love you, brother. Love our beautiful sister, Black Alpha. Love you, Queen. Love my sister, Nikki, the goddess. I meant God. I know it's God, but I call her goddess. And shout out to Brother Eastsiders, Brother Eric Johnson. You know, this family coming home, and we could do roll call all day, starting from the east to the west to the north to the south. You know how we get it in. It's FPA all day. It's never about region. It's about lineage. And our delineation is sacred. And it's not something that should be done in 5 and 10 years. It should be a staple and part of our life, because you must stay delineated. You must overstand. And it doesn't mean because you're delineating, doesn't mean that you don't do business and conduct yourself otherwise when you're socializing with others if they have something that we want to gain. For exchange, no robbery, as they say. But no, delineation is a must and something that should be kept, because it keeps the lineage pure and it keeps it protected. So having answered that, so no limitation to that. That just be part of who we are. That becomes our identity. Is something that we do in our culture to protect our culture. Because why? It is an unspoken word in all cultures that is there. Period. It's something that protects, like I stated before. But reaching back on something that both Sister Nikki and Dr. Brother Short was talking about, we're having a quiet also invasion too. People don't understand the Asian persuasion, and that these people have over like 64,000 different restaurants that they don't even advertise, that are all over this country, mainly in our areas and our communities. And how shrewd these people are. They hire little to none of our lineage, only their own, and you may see a pink face every now and then. But yeah, these Asians, and they are really very aggressive in this lending, this real estate thing that's going on. That they're buying up the properties and buying land and the properties, and when they acquire the properties, they're raising the rent so outrageously that they're pushing people out of their homes. A form of Costafoism, if you will. And then, we've had quite a few different attacks about these people being on our soil, be it the bio attack that they call C1 Lee, whatever her name is, with the fungi stuff that she was going to do, attack on our food supply and other things, I'm assuming. And, they caught a couple of the male nationalists doing stuff, quite a few spies. I mean, my word, the model society quietly sitting there, and is one of our biggest open surprises, I would say, that we need to keep an eye on. As well as, large populations and pockets of these Europeans that they shipped over here. We can never forget that. And not only do we want the tethers of color to be deported, we have to demand that, we wanted to keep at the pace it's going, especially how it's going, but we also don't want them to forget. We want that all around the board. Start knocking them out, because that does protect us. This is why other countries do not have these open border policies and these, if you will, the jargon written in so that they could be invaded because that's what it is. It's a type of invasion. These people are here to consume and engulf not only your resources, your identities, like you said, replacements and things of that nature. And to would it be enough of them that could overthrow your country? That is the dangers of unchecked, illegal, and legal immigration. That's why it should be very strict and enforced. And then also working on reaching within the enemies within. It definitely starts on the front line in your own lineage when you are fighting your open enemy. You must get all the turncoats, agents, ops, sympathizers. They are the first to go because other than that, it'll keep eroding on itself. You'll keep being penetrated. You'll keep being destroyed from within. And you have to start at your own home front and work your way outward. Anyone who overstands the art of war, anyone who overstands just laws the principle of self-preservation and protection and survival should know what that entails. We're not children. We're thinking people. Maybe not all of us are so critically thinkers, but we are thinking people. We are adults. We make decisions. We can follow along. Many of us are highly intelligent. We read and do things and research. Maybe not enough of us, but certainly enough of us do in this Black grassroots movement. So we do whatever we need to do that is called upon us to do, and we always hold the line, and we always toe the line, and we always push forward what we need to do when it's lineage based for our own people. FBA strong all day, every day, 24 hours a day. Love, none, don't stop. G-checking from the east to the west, to the north, to the south, because that's what we do. And love and peace to the room. Peace, family.
Shout out to my sister Miriam. I appreciate you, honeyfold. Like I said, there is nobody doing it like our sisters. Well, if I didn't say it, Alpha said it. And if Alpha didn't say it, then, Randy Short said it. And we all didn't said it, So much love to our sisters. Much love to our queens, because they deserve each and every bit of it, from Nikki to God, to our sister Miriam, our sister Brooke, all of y'all putting in your work. You have my love, you have my admiration, because you deserve it, and that's on life. Let's get over to Cash G.
Yo, peace to the room. Let's get Dr. Short. Let's get Black Alpha. Both y'all I met in person at Tariq's reparations rally in D.C. the Freedom of the Second. But that is what it is. I wanted to say to the title, to the conversation we're having, and obviously to be clear, I'm Black American on both sides of my family, just for context of the conversation, and I'm not African. In my research, it looks like the Japanese who were interned during World War II were interned not just because Japan attacked America, but also because white folks wanted to confiscate Japanese farmland as well as housing in general. I only bring that up because I've heard of the model minority myth. It was actually weaponized against Japanese Americans who were interned, because to hide the economic deprivation that had happened to those who were interned, white folks purposely imported Japanese people of a higher education and a higher wealth status to America. It convoluted the numbers, and it hid the economic depravity that had been levied against those who were interned. I bring that up in this conversation because I believe the same thing is happening to us, not just at the lowest level of the labor market, but also at the higher level when we're talking about H-1Bs. And someone mentioned Asians earlier. We can mention Asians talking about remittances and about the education system. I mean, Mom Donnie, a lot of people, the Indian dude who wrote the book about claiming to be Black and taking affirmative action. And again, remittances being one of the biggest numbers we can talk about when we're talking about the Asian community. But back to the title and to the topic. Ronald Reagan, the Republican President Ronald Reagan, is who paid those cash payouts. That's not lost on me that we have a Republican-controlled, let's just say government right now. And I think it's something we should keep in mind for those who think that reparations can't be a reality in modern day, because I do believe it's a possibility. In fact, I've heard that Trump is the only president we've had in American history who's not a descendant of a slaveholding family. That includes Obama, because on his white side, they had slaveholders in his ancestry. Maybe that's important for the conversation of divide and conquer, or understanding white folks' major culture is a lack of accountability. But they'll be willing to turn on each other and hold the Democrats accountable for their role in trying to maintain slavery, and the Republicans, quote unquote, being the ones that sought to eradicate it. I wanted to mention the compilation that I pinned up above of multiple different melanated-looking immigrants who've been brought to this country to speak against our reparations. In the same conversation as those Japanese who were brought to America, but I can't really name no Japanese that spoke against reparations. But I got a whole compilation up above. That's an issue.
My brother, can I help you?
Yes, sir, and I have 3 more notes.
Well, let me just say this. Many Japanese got their property back after World War II because blacks interceded and took the property of the Japanese and held it until they were released. So to this day, at least among the older Japanese, there's a lot of respect for blacks in Southern California because they were the only people that didn't steal the Japanese people's property, which is something that no one talks about. Everybody else fucked the Japanese except for the Black American community. And then number 2, Japanese learned about getting reparations from the Black Studies programs at San Francisco State University in Berkeley. Our people taught them how to get it, but will not teach our own how to fight for it. This is the kind of stuff that the Boule and other people and Scam Africanists and others do, is give stuff to other people but won't implement and practice it amongst us. That's why the Japanese know how they got their reparations. It wasn't just that the Japanese government was at its peak when that was done, but they learned the strategies and were educated by Black people. Everybody learns from us but us. And like I've been saying, a lot of Black folk, by the way, I have to say this, a Black alpha. I know a lot of people, they think I'm stark raving mad. It doesn't even, every time he asks me something, I always give him a document. I never ever want him to believe anything that I say. Ask him. I never say believe in me. Believe in God. Scrutinize and vet me. But in our culture, we have a culture that hates thought. We have a culture that hates true intellectualism. This is the opposite of what our people used to be. It used to be 150, 160 years ago, because Blacks were locked out of a lot of stuff. A Black person that could read, write, speak, and had character, it counted. Then that all changed. So whoever has paper, whether they sold dope, whether they print babies, whether they make porn, whether they sell whatever, that person who has the most has value and character. They can be the most ignorant person. They can't read or write, but they've got money. That's our dumb jocks, etc. We and the Boule and these other people have promoted a culture of stupidity. It is a way to rule people. And by the way, the Japanese promoted a debased drug culture when they conquered Manchuria, that they renamed Manchu Kuo. When you want to, you can conquer people by making them dumb. When the Germans went into Russia in June 22nd, 1941, part of their agenda was to make certain that no Russian, once it took over, could have an education beyond the 3rd grade. This same sort of thing is happening here. In fact, the 3rd grade is the time that they determine how many prison cells need to be built off of young Black men. We have a culture that enshrines, not that other people, I'm going to just say Jews in the music industry and so forth, all these other people pander and play into keeping, in particular, Black men stupid. And we have a culture where we worship the fat dick, the big blunt, the big tattoos, everything but developing your mind. As long as we think in the information age that being dumb fucks is a way to freedom, we may as well hang ourselves.
And just to clarify, I was saying that The compilation up above is of melanated immigrants speaking against Black American reparations. I'm sure that there were Japanese who were brought into America to speak against the deprivation against Japanese. I just can't really name that off the top of my head because I haven't researched it enough. But the other point is I pinned up above in New York City, they're talking about extending the budget federally for the English as a second language program. And these are melanated migrants who are arguing that their unique dialects that are spoken at home aren't taught at school. It just made me ask the question, and really it speaks to Tethergeddon, or really just us understanding and having, a Black American Renaissance and delineation, that these people don't speak English at home. That's why they're dragging our literacy rates down, because they're checking the box Black / African American. The last point I just want to make is this. This is how I rip off the Band-Aid of Pan-Africanism and really understand and stand on 10 toes. Mansa Musa was the richest man of all history, and he was rich off of slavery. I pass my thank you.
He was rich off of gold, too.
Yeah, I was going to say that I know the story of Mansa Musa, and the fact that Mansa Musa was rich, it was because of the fact that his uncle, Abu Bakr, he sailed over and did a pilgrimage over here to America, and he loved the native women so much in America that he gave away his throne to Mansa Musa. And because he gave away his throne, he gave away his gold depositories as well. So Mansa Musa inherited most of the gold that he had. Now, I don't know, I can't tell you definitively if he was included in the slave trade or if he had slaves.
He was. All those. Okay. Look, I'm just going to be honest. We need to be real. This is something else, because there's another dimension of Pan-Africanism that we don't deal with, and that is the Islamic Pan-Africanism. Muhammad Ali Dusi, which look him up. Dusi spelled D-U-S-E. Muhammad Ali Dusi. So there's a Pan-Africanism that is Islamic. However, it does not deal with race, and it doesn't really deal with slavery. And there's a whole lot of racism in the Islamic world. I'm sorry, most Black people I meet that are Muslims are cowards and coons when it comes down to confronting racism in Islam. I'm a Christian. I'll go head to head up against any cracker, so-called Christian. You do not see the same in Blacks who are Muslim. In fact, if I had to compare, Black Islamics remind me usually of tethers. Spanish, but even Black Spanish speakers kiss lighter-skinned Spanish-speaking people's ass. They would rather be with them and be third class than associate with Black Americans. When I see a lot of Black folks convert to Islam, they don't even like African Muslims that are dark skinned. They run after the Arabs. And it's a big whitening process. So there's a contradiction right there. And so there's this Pan-Africanism where for Algeria and Tunisia and Egypt and Mauritania and Morocco, where they don't necessarily like Black people at all, right? And yet everyone's talking about this Pan. So inside of Islamicized Pan-Africanism, as an anti-Black racist stream that comes out of the Arab world. And it's very bad. And you have slavery right now going on in Mauritania. And by the way, Obama welcomed the head of the most proud state that keeps Blacks enslaved, Mauritania, but wouldn't let the president of Nigeria come to his African gathering in 2014. You had, and I want to just say this, Malcolm X and them exaggerated for whatever reason this Islamic decency around race. It is not true. It's never been true. And the biggest liars, I mean, they're worse than the Black TD Jakes, are Black folks that convert to Islam that are not honest about the racism in Egypt, in Syria, in Jordan, in Saudi Arabia. So what the people are dark skinned, they're not the ones that get the stuff. In Yemen, that you've got it all over. You have it in Iran. When Malcolm X was alive, he was alive when the Blacks who were Muslims rose up and killed the Asian Muslims right there in Zanzibar. Malcolm X went to Mecca 2 years after Saudi Arabia ended black slavery. Anybody born before 1962 was alive when Saudi Arabia had black slavery. And to this day, Saudis and others treat, in particular, black people as slaves more harshly than any people that come into Saudi Arabia. And as recently as within the last few years, the Saudis were massacring Ethiopians trying to get away from Yemen, where it was being, and they were just murdering the people because they were black. There was no outcry, nothing. You'll never hear anything, even the mass killing going on right now in Sudan, over color. No outcry from the Arab world. You'll hear about the Palestinians, but you won't hear about people in Sudan being butchered over skin color. So when people start talking about this Pan-Africanism, that Islamic thing, basically part of how you make that work is to pretend that there's universal brotherhood in Islam, which does not exist when you're black. They'll put up a mosque, but they invest their money in Europe. They invest their money in America. They don't really invest in Africa. No, they don't.
And Dr. Short, in the story of Islam, there's the disciple Bilal. He was an African slave that sang the call to prayer that all Muslims use to come to the mosque today. So,
Okay.
So look at the
hold it.
Musa took El Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca, across the Sahara Desert with a train of people carrying as much gold as they could carry, which were all enslaved, and he freed one every Friday at a mosque, just one at a time.
Let me say this. If Bilal really mattered, how come Bilal isn't somewhere more popular as the first name in the Islamic world? Bilal is rarely the first name. Muhammad, yes. Bilal, no. It's almost, I don't even meet people named Bilal typically that are Muslim. And there's something else. It's in the Islamic tradition that Muhammad wanted Bilal to replace him, and it said Bilal refused to be Muhammad's replacement because the people wouldn't want him because he was black. That's scary, which means the first person to join the Islamic religion under Muhammad wasn't good enough to lead because of his skin color. And they'll record that. There's a whole lot of racism written in this Islamic hadith. It's awful, it's mean, and there's also the slave that was black that was supposed to kill Muhammad with the spear. It goes on and on and on. And there are also hadith where Muhammad gave up 2 black slaves to get a white slave. I'm not saying I know this stuff well, but there's just plenty. If you look at how blacks are treated in Morocco, treated in Tunisia, treated in all of those places, how they would castrate all the black men, they barely survive. Proof of how brutal the Islamic world is that there's really no evidence, not a lot of evidence of an African presence in the Middle East. It's fucked up as white supremacy and this bogus ass Christianity that they were peddling. There's some trace that there were people from Africa brought here, which means as brutal as this thing is, there's something that you can find. Over there, they completely wiped it out, and most of those slaves were women and young boys that were castrated, and 90% of them died. So it's a culture that's about castrating black men. And this shit went on it's still going on, but it went on for way longer than the European thing, and no one ever talks about it. And to this day, there are people who are Islamic, and some of them are black Africans that are still practicing slavery of people based on skin color. And Nigeria and Mali, these Tuaregs, oh yes, they do. And you know what? Where's the abolitionist movement? Because everyone says, well, Muhammad said it's an honor to free a slave. Then damn it, why'd you have 24? Be honorable, let them all go. He didn't. So, there's this whole lot of stuff. People try too hard to be cool around this. My thing is, believe what you're going to believe. But that ain't a better move. And in many ways, it's a worse move. And in fact, Mali collapsed and all those Sahelian kingdoms collapsed because these folks made so many kids, all the kings made so many babies, and everybody's killing each other. So those great kings of Africa had so many babies, so many boys. That's why their kingdoms didn't last, because everybody's fighting to be in charge. The Europeans, maybe they're on the soft side, but at least it was easy to get successorship. You got like 200-300 sons. Who's going to be king? How can you have stability? And this is this big. So I'm sorry. I don't get putting stuff on a pedestal that doesn't belong there.
Much love, our great elder, Dr. Short. And see, I have to make sure I got to start calling you elder from now on, because you bringing that elder knowledge. And this is no disrespect to you, my elder. You are somebody that people should be listening to and closing their mouths. Everything that you're mentioning is just historical fact. And for the people who don't understand what historical means, that means it actually happened. And there's a lot of people that's running around here talking about stuff that didn't really actually happen. Like these tethers, like these Nabiscos. We're not even going to get there. But I got to give a certified B1 salute to you, Dr. Randy, because every time I hear you, you bring in more scholarship on top of that scholarship, and then you'll go back and pull out another book and talk about some more scholarship. So I got to give you much love, Dr. Short. We got our brother Mikael in the building. What's up with you, family? How are you doing?
Greetings, brother Church. I'm doing excellent, thank you. How are you? First time us greeting each other. You're doing an excellent job as a co-host. How are you?
I am wonderful, family. I am breathing, and I am blessed by being able to. So, that is the awesome part for me. But it's also awesome for me to be able to greet you for the first time. I've seen you in many spaces. I've never gotten to talk to you in this capacity. So much love to you and everything that you bring to the table as well, my brother.
Thank you, beloved. I'm deeply humbled. Thank you. Really
yes,
appreciate it. Thank you. Brother Black Alpha, great one. Brother Cash, Nerd, and Dr. Randy Short. Marcel, Brother Arthur. Yes, it's beautiful. Kings, queens, gods, goddesses, and oracles. Thank you. Brother Dr. Randy Short, let me deal with you about the Islam thing. Okay. And of course, I'm an African. Let's start with the hadiths. None of them are true, meaning they don't come from the source of what Muslims. And by the way, that is my original faith. They are essentially as good as what the Muslim would call the Sunnah, which is also made up. We saw the Prophet do this, the Prophet said that. It's like the gospel. You're a Christian, so you know what the gospel is. Gossip. And the Quran should be the example for the Sunnah. Now, when I learned Islam as a child, I learned from the elders who were with Malcolm or who learned under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And you're correct. It was more, don't bow to the Arab or anything that resembles one. Could be a Pakistani, could be a Bangladeshi, could be an Indonesian. Didn't matter. And we were taught to use strategy on them at a very young age. In fact, as a child Muslim, I did security at the masjid. And I remember one of the elders calling me to the side when I was late, getting to the masjid, and he pulled me to the side and said, "Mikhail, see them brothers over there?" And I looked at him. I said, "Yes." He said, "They are the police. You are the CIA." They gave me the crown strategy, intelligence. And so the things that many of the Muslims that you would see, I was taught differently at a very young age. And that was to get through the bullshit, meaning no difference between chicken shit and chicken salad. And Arab supremacy was chicken shit. And you're correct. There is a propagation of something that goes beyond this black or white thing, which is really predicated on what we say, quote unquote, Allah or the source favoring them, is prevalent in making so-called Africans eunuchs, etc., and any African accepting it. But it didn't start there. Those so-called Muslims didn't come first. Christians and others came first. And as you know, they were battling constantly in that region we call Africa for supremacy. And you're completely right. Those fake Arab Egyptians, North Africans, the so-called Saudis and Yemen. And you know this, all of those lands were the lands of black, and that includes South Asia as well. And they collaborated with the ones in the area we would call Nigeria. You mentioned the Tuareg, but also there's the Mesrish and the Temahu, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that was the oldest, earliest form of collaboration, which, of course, transitioned into these melanated ones collaborating with the so-called Arabs or the Indo-European or the Asiatic ones when it came to Christianity against their own brothers, or Islam when it came to their own brothers. So we were taught to not let them play you when it came to religion.
Did you cut out? Can anybody else hear him? Or is it just me?
Anyone that looks like that, or just in general disrespects us, they're going to get work. And we go from 0 to 60.
He keeps fading in and out. I think he's caught in the matrix.
Yeah, Brother Mikhail, if you can hear us, you're jumping in and out. We can only hear you 4 seconds, and then it pulls you back out. Brother Mikhail, I'm going to drop you down. I'm going to bring you back up so that you can finish what you have to say. All right, family? Because I know that this, oh, man. Can you hear me good, family? I can hear you clear, family. All right. Let me go ahead and send a shout out real quick to Dr. Short for coming up here and holding it down and blessing us with so much knowledge and good game and everything. Everybody, I'm going to post all of Dr. Randy Short's donation and his YouTube channel. I need all y'all to hit it up because y'all know Cash App and these suckers be out here trying to get in the way of our good brother. And you know, nothing keeps us down. And all we do is just jump right over all of that. So Dr. Short, before you go, can you please bless everybody with a good statement on everything we talked about, since you are the creator of Tethergeddon and we are all witnessing Tethergeddon? Can you go ahead and let everybody know the way it's unfolding?
Hold 1 second. Can you hear me?
I think my good brother might already be gone.
No,
I'll be there.
hold on.
He might have went and checked on his mother, fam.
No,
Okay.
I'm here. I just
There you go.
no.
Okay.
They locked my account just that fast. I don't know. So I'm unlocked. Look, where Tethergeddon's going to go is two directions. One will be inwardly. The people who are paid and allied with them, our traitors within our community, are going to become more strident and more pronounced in their actions against us. There'll be more gaslighting and attacks, and there'll be more efforts to shame, and they're going to peg this around voting and elections, and Trump's the biggest racist of all times. And to me, hell, there's nobody more racist against black people than Obama, okay, or OFAGA, as I say. That's number one, that there will be an intensification of conflict in our community as agents of white supremacy, the Boule and Tethers began to try to get people to be Judas goats to get us to go into the butcher house of Kumbaya. And then the other side is that the forces of ICE and basically white buyer's remorse about all these illegals will intensify. I suspect that there will probably be a Kent State type event wherein some people are going to have to shoot some of these people because they're going to do stuff to threaten the lives and families of persons trying to uphold the immigration laws. I want to say to Sister Miriam, and I beg people, there's no such thing as an illegal immigrant. There are immigrants and there are illegal aliens, there are illegal migrants. They have no legal standing. An illegal migrant is like a person, it's a home invasion if they come into your house. If you have a key, that's possession. It means you're a resident or a renter. You have no right to be here, and that's just simple. That's part of the bullshit game that they play with semantics to confuse people, because once you say illegal immigrant, the immigrant implies that they have legal rights. It's unheard of. It's stupid. Everywhere in the world that's wrong, except for when they're trying to hurt freedmen. So I believe that there will be greater pressure. I believe more people will self-deport. I also believe there will be suicides. I believe that there will be people who literally lash out, but ultimately have to leave. I believe there's going to be a greater intensification of investigating people who stole PPP money, people that are on SNAP, people that are getting Medicaid, Medicare that have no rights to it, people that are getting all kinds of benefits. You're going to begin to see people sift employees, county, municipal folks are going to lose their jobs, and law enforcement, people who are teaching and doing other things in which they needed to be a U.S. citizen, they're going to lose those positions. And you're going to see an increased Americanization of various sectors in the economy. And I do believe there will be a more pronounced thing again for people to look for allies. Beware of black pastors. Beware of nigger preachers. Beware of nigger evangelists. Beware of people who want a big audience of people that want to see a man in the dress sweating salt into it, talking bullshit. Do not trust anybody that tries to get you, based on your religious beliefs, to justify people replacing us. There will be more pressure. However, that will not stop. The Trump people are serious. They want 1 million people deported. They want more, and they should get them. And their success, the trajectory of the success of the cleansing of America of illegals, will be greatly aided when black people buy into the fact that this is our country and it's ours and only that of other citizens of the United States. And I would ask that people pray for the 14th Amendment, and all of those things only apply to us. So as we intensify our delineation, we will gain in power and influence that hasn't been seen in decades. And so on behalf of the Angry Black Men's Book Club and Salt Ministry, when I'm being spiritual, and I believe in God, but Sometimes you have to talk the real people's talk. I thank you, Brother Black Alpha and the church brother and all the other people. This has been good. Uh, we can make it to the promised land. It's within our grasp. Even in the Bible, the trip from Egypt to Canaan was just 7 days. They were a week away from everything that was theirs. The issue had to be worked out that their boomer generation had to like fade into the background for a generation of fighters that could go into the promised land. So it's time to go over the Jordan. Stop waiting. And let me get off here so y'all can get some sleep. God bless y'all. And please donate. It's, man, that Cash App thing, they screwed. Boy, they screwed your boy hard. I mean, shoot, I feel like a cell block bitch in Sing Sing. Or should I say, what's the place they have in New York? Rikers. I feel like everybody's had beef, man. They picked the worst time. Air conditioner broke. Mom's sick, 90-degree heat. Refrigerator acting stupid. But I think we'll have our AC fixed tomorrow. All these bills. But anyway, I'm going to keep doing it. So as a host of the Angry Black, and Sister Miriam and Sister Nikki and Sister Brooke and all the Wazies, all the righteous people, Brother Arthur, Brother Mikhail, the church brother here, thank you. I hope I said something that made sense. And I hope we can do more songs, man. And remember, I'm doing a show tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern time with Jaguar. She's charging. I sent you the link. Let me send that to you, brother, so you can let people know. But Jaguar and I are going to be doing a lecture tomorrow. Boy, that woman's crazy. I love her. She knows more. There's more to her than the Diddy trial. We didn't even talk about that. I'm not as interested as people think. I'm more interested in TD Jakes. That's who's up. I sent that to you. Let me see if I can send that to you in shitter, Brother Black Alpha, so you can share that. Do you think you can get it if I send it there? And
definitely, I'll get it.
Okay, just 1 second. It's on its way to you. And me and Jaguar are going to mix it up. And she's very, very, very bright. So we're not going to just be talking about, Diddy. I'm not as interested, believe it or not. And that's sort of, we talk about a lot of things. We had a good show last week. It does cost, but, this sister's got to get some paper. She's got to get some paper. And I support my sister. She's standing up for our young people, man. And I'm about to send this to you, Black Alpha. I just sent it in Twitter. And it should be, how do you want me to mail it to you? What would be the best thing for me to do?
Yeah, just DM me.
Okay, well, let me DM you. I'll treat you like you're white. And absolutely, people, pray for Black folk to wake up. We're in a dark age. We need to come out of this dark age that we're in. We need to start helping and loving each other, respecting each other. We need brotherhood, not perversion. We need sisterhood and not folks being studs enslaving each other. Our young Black people and our older Black people being abused in assisted living, we could treat each other better. Stop complaining about what white people don't do and think about what we can do for each other, not against anybody else, but for our collective uplift. Generations unborn are counting on us to succeed. Be a freedman, support Brother Arthur. I don't have a group. Find something that is useful, that will help people: farming, gardening, dressmaking, product making, boycotting, networking. Do everything you can to build a collective of serious, positive people, and find something for real that you bet that you can give time and energy to. Brother Arthur needs you. Black Alpha needs you. There are people, I don't have a group yet, but support the freedmen. Find people doing stuff and get behind them. Help them. Give to Brother Arthur and the freedmen. We can, if you're a coward, write checks. That's what white folks who don't want to get involved, they give. Give, tell other people about it. And like this, like brother Black Alpha, I'm going to say this one thing about black folks. I've been doing this for a while on YouTube. When I watch a good, we always have to ask people to like and subscribe. No matter how good our stuff is, we have to ask. We should know how to just do things for each other. You know, I'm glad I grew up with white guys because I didn't learn this from black people. I grew up with white guys, good old country white guys, and they just did stuff for friends. When Black Alpha called me, I just do it. Sure, I don't say, oh, I need $100. We need to stop asking. Everything isn't done for money. Stop acting like prostitutes and start acting like family. Do some things because they matter. Do it because it's right. Don't get used, but don't get tired of being useful to good things. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Dr. Short. Always much respect. Everybody, and I just retweeted the broadcast tomorrow with Dr. Short Jaguar. Y'all make sure y'all tap in and y'all make sure y'all enjoy every single minute. Appreciate you, Dr. Short. And I want everybody to remember what our brother just said, and I want everybody to soak it up. That's game right there. And the game is to be sold, not to be told. Y'all just got to close to it. So you got to go ahead and understand that and keep it right close to you. Let's continue to go through the hands, family. We're going to end this, because I ain't trying to be up too late.
Okay, guys, that's about the end of it. I hope I can get something done tomorrow. Sister Marcia, the Homestead Act, they gave land for free to white people. Go look it up. It's in the hundreds of thousands of square miles of land just given to people if they were white. Certain people said it's the equivalent of 900,000 square miles. That's bigger than almost a lot of countries in the world aren't that size of land given to people from Europe just coming here. The same was denied to black people. Blacks couldn't get anything. And that's like 160 acres of land just because you were white. It's free at the expense of the Indians and the Buffaloes. That's American history. Most people don't know the history of this country. If you knew the history of this country, truly knew it, certain things are amazing, how glaringly unfair, how glaringly evil things were to people. And when people bring it up, it isn't an attack on an individual, it's a system. And land grant colleges, some of those were meant to educate freedmen, and it ended up going to everybody else for the most part. Everybody, I want to thank you for 5 hours of participation. I will be doing a show starting tomorrow about 1 o'clock. I would just say 12 noon, I'm going to open back up because Jaguar and I are going to kick it off. So we'll be talking about everything. I hope you join us. There's a Zoom link. Let me see how I can get this to people. Let me see. Anybody that's interested in the Jaguar thing, let me see how I can get this. See how I can get this in here so you can have it. I don't even know how to put pictures up in here, but let me see. Let me see. I'll tell you what I'll do. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Savannah, if I send you this thing, can you put it in the visual thing so people can see it? I'm not that smart with this, but I'm gonna send it to you. I mean, Jaguar is okay. I just sent it to you, Savannah. Let's put that in there. See if this can get to people. And greetings, Camille. Greetings to everybody. Thank you, Reparations Nation. Thank you, FBA Strong. And yes, I enjoyed the support I got in Cash App. Sometimes it's very little. Sometimes it was generous. but it was always encouraging. Imagine finding out that you gambled. I don't gamble. I'm too broke to gamble. Find out that you're an illegal gambler, and they took all my cash apps away, and I don't think they're going to give them back. And so I'll keep doing what I do. I didn't do this for money, but it is nice to get book money. I love that, so I can get books, and that's the one thing. So, but I'm going to wait. Savannah, check and see if you got it in your. Let me see, what does media assets mean? Cha. And Camille C. Hi, everybody. And Tethergeddon is here. It's here. Never. I encourage everybody, read, think, don't react. Find out what someone's saying. Oh, okay. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I will be on here tomorrow morning. It's just later this morning, and put up this way so you can see. You can watch through this, but you won't see Jaguar. You won't. Zoom is a better thing, but she's charging. And so, and I got to check on my mother, see what's up with her, and check on my cat that was out killing everything. And I hope everybody learned something. Did anybody learn anything? I hope so. I hope somebody got something. I hope I'm not just running my mouth. I'm trying not to just run my mouth, okay? I want people to get something out of it. Okay. Let me get out of here. I'll talk to y'all. God bless and keep you. MFM. And love, power, knowledge, solidarity, compassion. And yep, pray. You definitely need God these days. And this whole God thing is real. And don't let the cussing fool you. I definitely pray, and pray a lot. I need to. And I'm going to watch a goofy movie with a friend of mine. I'm going to have a movie date, a virtual movie date with a very good friend of mine. And I think I've earned some fun. So yes, I'm going to go off and do something goofy. Really nice friend of mine. One of my buddies. I love movie dates. If y'all like movies, it's the best thing in the world is to go to movies with a lady friend. I've gone to movies with my buddies, but going and listening to how a woman sees a film is very different from when a man sees it. Especially if you go to see a comedy film. What women sometimes find funny, men don't. What men find funny, sometimes women don't. Appreciate the opposite sex. Respect the opposite sex. Women need men. Men need women. Seniors need young people need seniors. We all need God. We all need each other. Pray for this country. Pray for your president, whether you like him or not. Pray for peace. Pray that we don't get people attacking. I have a buddy whose office was a place where the man went in with the gun killing people. It's scary times, people. Wake up. Wake up. Live nonviolently, but be defensive against people that are violent. All right. Good night. God bless.